everything all right?
Yeah, you can come up.
Jake, I know this might sound stupid under the circumstances, but I am glad we came back here.
Yeah, the place is beautiful.
Still, we can't forget what we came here for in the first place.
All right, let's focus on the goal. Come on! Fuck! Oh God!
I need you here. Jake, please. Please answer me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my stream. It is Thursday night, and hello, Shane. Hello, Nick. Good evening. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing all right. I might be a little slow to warm up today because I've been having my vacation this week, which has not, as it turns out, been a bunch of streaming because we did have house guests until yesterday. But yeah, it's been nice. It has been nice. I still have plenty of time to like play games, and I've had a lot of nice downtime because mostly the visitor was hanging out with my wife and her mom hanging out. I a lot of time did my own thing. Thank you. Oh, you're talking about this. I was gonna say, yeah, that's what I alternate with my desk chair to keep. Oh, hold on. It's all right, Chauncey. It's okay. So, I told you it might take a minute for me to get up to speed, and that's because I just took a nap. My sleep was doing pretty good. This happens when I'm on vacation sometimes. When I don't have to get up at a certain time, I might start creeping, like my sleep get a little weird. So I stay up later than normal, but then frequently I wake up at the same time. So last night, I actually got I was playing this game, Green Hell, which I'll talk about in a minute. I'm just looking now at my my video feed. Is my video out of sync from the audio? Let me see. Now I've got to check. My new camera. Yeah, hold on. We're gonna do something about this. Here, do that. There, that should take care of the problem. Okay. We should be back. We should be synced. Okay. New camera. Still lagging. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see what happens if it gets too distracting. Hey, what's up, Stone? So yeah, I stayed up until after 2 in the morning playing this game last night. I picked it up a few days ago. Okay, it could also just be that if there's a slight delay the way that it comes out on OBS from what's actually happening in my mouth. I don't know, but yeah, it looks okay now too. So yeah, this game I've been toying with a bunch of different games during the Steam summer sale. I bought a few. I play a little bit of this, play a little bit of that. Almost started playing Final Fantasy 15. Like, was super almost in the mood to try it, and even launched it to see how it was running because I heard it was an update that took care. I got pissed off when I was playing it before because of lag issues, and it was supposedly like an update that maybe took care of that. So I was playing it, and it seemed to be running really smooth, and I was like, oh, cool. But this game, Green Hell's been on my wish list for like a year, and it's on sale. It's never on deep sale, but it was on sale, and I kept thinking, I'll try it. It's like a crafting survival. type of game, but it's pretty harsh. It's a little more realistic. It's where you're like in a Amazon, in a jungle, and there's all sorts of different things can happen to you, different status effects, like different types of injuries, and you get food poisoning, you get parasites, you get worms inside your skin. You always got to check yourself for leeches. You have a sanity meter that's like anytime something disturbing happens to you, because the story is your wife is like this great anthropologist that has made contact with these there's like this lost tribe in the Amazon, and you're basically her. Maybe you're academic, but you're not a jungle person. But you came along with her for this one trip while she's going to make contact, and she leaves you back at this like cushy camp that you had somebody set up for you in this location, and then she runs off. Something goes wrong, and on the radio she's like, "Help! Something! I need help! Come find me!" And then you're running, and you get injured, and you get lost, and cannibals try to eat you, and you end up like with basically nothing, trying to figure out how to survive. And it's really, I mean, I've played a lot of games like this. I think you guys know I've played it. It's maybe a little bit like The Forest would be the closest comparison, but it's a lot more focused on kind of the sense of realism, and it's really cool. Oh, you've been playing Fallout 4 again? All right. Did I think about... I'm trying to think if this week I've considered playing Fallout or Skyrim. I know it crossed my mind. Then I was like, maybe I have to look into like mods and stuff again. But it never got close enough. I think I keep getting new stuff. What did I get? There's a game called Scrap Mechanic that somebody recommended. So earlier this week I picked that up. It was on sale for $10, and I played it a little bit. I played a little bit of Battlestar Galactica that came in the Humble Bundle this month. Played a little bit more Void Bastards, though I think by the time I streamed it, I was maybe done. Yeah, it does remind me of The Forest. It's a little less horror, supernatural. There is some supernatural stuff happening, but it's in The Forest. It's like, I don't know if it's supernatural so much as the natives you run against are basically mutated zombie humans that are just crazy, but they're not really human anymore. And then the more the game goes on, the more screwed up and terrible these things you're encountering are. And this is a bit more straightforward, where I think the premise is like, there's this friendly tribe that your wife has been making contact with, but there's some weird local tribe politics thing going on, and I think there's another tribe or a faction within the tribe that has gone rogue, or that is super aggressive, and everything went to shit. Like, it sounded like they're about to take your wife, like, do the ceremony so they could consider her like one of them, and then everything goes to shit. Like, there was apparently division within the tribe, but the chief decided, oh yeah, we're gonna welcome her and do this like welcome ceremony for her, and apparently, I don't know if that's what triggered it, but all fucking hell broke loose, and you don't really know what happened. Allely's here. Hi, Allely. I'm glad you could make it. Welcome. It's good to see you. So what I was thinking I might do is show you guys the beginning of the game, and then I'll jump into my save, which my save is pretty brutal. Like, I spent most of the game in the starter area building up a camp and building up my resources and like venturing out to explore. There's sort of a story that's happening, but I spent a lot of time just building up my resources, getting my food situation sorted out, and you learn new blueprints and stuff. It's not like a lot of games where there's a tech tree. Certain things trigger you to unlock certain other things. But it happens more organically. Like you discover how to take mud, like to pick up mud out of the water, and then all of a sudden all these things about what you can make with mud get added to your, like, oh, you can make like a mud oven, and you can make mud walls and for your house and all this other stuff. But yeah, oh yeah, you've been over at Twitch. The Great Migration. I almost was going to go to Twitch, but then Brad won't be able to watch me in China because it's VPN. So I decided to stay here. Although I could multi-stream if I wanted to. But I don't want it bad enough. But anyway, yeah, I think So where I actually am in this game, though, is I've really ventured out for the first time, and my character's actually far from home. And the last time I played, it actually, like, when I quit, things had gone way south, like crazy. So I'm gonna reload from right before that happened when I do get into my game. But it was like, I was literally almost peeing my pants, like things got so crazy. Alright, where am I gonna start? I like doing custom. Custom is completely normal, except you turn down how quickly their hunger and stuff happens. And you can see I have 3 save slots that I cycle between because I want to have a safe slot. Alright, now I'm seeing my camera's having a hard time keeping up. If it becomes an issue, I might actually turn it off. Because I haven't even streamed this game before. So it runs well, but I haven't run it under load. And it could be everything running together is not good, so. Camera's starting to look a little glitchy. If it keeps looking like laggy and glitchy, I don't know. Let me know if it's distracting, because I'm probably not going to be watching it, but it looks like my video has fallen way behind my audio. The music should be, once we're in a game, the music should be better. The title screen music is loud compared to the game, so we'll let the game decide. And hello, Evie23, best Evie in the internet. Welcome to Green Hell.
Okay. I'm here.
Hey! I made it!
Is everything all right?
Yeah! You can come up!
You do know you have the walkie-talkie, right?
Alright. Yeah, the camera's distracting me a little bit, so I'm just gonna shut it. Boop, boop, boo. There. Anyway. All right. Here, we'll put this back up on. There you go. Now you can tell it's aiming G-Law. Sorry, Maxie. It just got super laggy. That wasn't happening last time. So it could just, maybe because this game is more demanding. All right.
You can come up.
Just go ahead. I need to find something in my backpack.
I bet you want to nap some more. I know you all too well.
Oh, maldición. Can't hide anything from you.
Very well. You can catch up, I guess. The path leads through that canyon.
I know.
All right. First off, every time I restart this game too, it turns VSync off, which I don't understand and bothers me. So I'm gonna fix that. I don't know what she's got in there, but she's holding out on me. All right. So this whole portion is kind of like a, oh.
Oh, have you tied down the boat?
See. Jake, I know this might sound stupid under the circumstances, but I am glad we came back here.
Yeah, I feel you. The place is beautiful. Still.
Still, we can't forget what we came here for in the first place. I know. But as soon as we're settled in, I am off to the Jawahuaca village. And what if they will not speak to us?
Come on, let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're a phenomenal interpreter. If anyone can communicate with them, it's you.
Good thing I have an anthropologist at hand, Dr. Higgins.
All right, so most of the game isn't quite so dialogue heavy. This beginning part is very scripted. So the story does continue into the main part of the game, but it feels a lot more like a sandbox once you're actually in it. A pretty sweet camp they get you set up with too. Let me see, is there a get naked option? Oh man! Now it won't let me do anything at all. This scared me too. I want to check the FOV. FOV's looking a little... Oh, I guess that's alright. FOV... Wow, that's a long thing for just a little bit of FOV. Alright.
Okay, I found the tent.
Is everything all right?
The camp looks impressive. They put up a tent for us. Looks like
Nope.
everything's ready.
No get
Soul
naked
Trail
option.
always delivers. At first glance, it looks like we have everything we might need.
Perfecto.
That's a pretty badass tent too. It would have been a
Well,
pain to set up.
That's everything. We're officially settled in.
You know what that means, don't you?
I remember the agreement,
Oh.
but maybe we should reconsider this. I'm not sure it's the best idea for you to visit them alone.
Cariño, you know I have to do this. It's the only way to make them talk. Oh, don't worry. It'll be all right. Better pick up some wood. Let's have a romantic dinner.
Romantic canned beans.
Use your imagination.
All right. That's right, Chauncey. That's a machete. Oh, I need to mark the place for the fire. Yeah, it looks about right. Yeah, she just woke up.
Honey, I can't seem to find a bag or two. Are you sure you brought everything?
Yeah, everything the porters left. Why? Is anything missing?
I'm not sure yet. But it feels that way.
Stupid porters, always messing up your stuff. I'm gonna try to get some wood from this. I wonder if I'm not supposed to be chopping down trees yet. Okay, this looks distracting. Yeah, I got all my interface here. All right. Oh, I can chop these up to smaller ones too. Forgot about that. I can harvest this, so now I can have smaller sticks. And was there another one over here that I didn't pick up yet? Small stick, small stick, small stick. This all fell off from the thing that I knocked down. Here it is. Harvest. The only dinosaur here? I forgot the don't piss off the locals bag. Yeah, it's my translations guide. I forgot. There was one that we made as a joke, and there's one that's real, and I always get them confused. For example, the joke one for hello says, "Suck your own nuts, chief." Yeah. We'll go. Let's take one of these. Break that down. Oh, I still need one more stick. Oh. Yeah, it is sorcery, Nick. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Chop. Ah, 2 sticks. I have 2 sticks now. Ta-da! Alright, looks like I'm gonna... Well, usually we're pissing somebody off, Stone, but we're also usually helping somebody out and pissing someone else off on their behalf, you know? Right now, we're just trying to find a client.
Well,
We
looks
have
like
one
everything's
client.
ready. Mia, can you bring me a lighter?
Remember when I mentioned we seemed to be lacking some equipment?
Don't tell me.
Yeah, we have no fire.
Not a single lighter, nor box of matches. We ordered both. Did you check everywhere?
I did. You need to do it the old-fashioned way.
Well, not the best start of the expedition.
Alright, so I can build up a hand drill. Craft. The small stick.
I need to find something dry.
A little bit of kindling. And did I see another bird's nest on the way down too? I'm not sure if I get to keep any of this stuff, but wouldn't hurt, just in case. I think once you start the main game, you sort of like lost everything that you had, but I'm not positive. I know you don't keep the machete. The marriage, oh, Nick.
Oh, Mia! The fire is burning.
Coming. Give me a minute.
No.
How do you do it?
What?
You seem so calm.
I am calm. I don't know how to explain it, but strangely, it feels safer here than there.
Oh, I don't know. Jaguars, venomous spiders, and snakes. Let's not forget the scorpions. A mere ant's bite hurts like hell.
I am well aware of that. But still, we have a chance to achieve something. Make a difference. At home, all we could have done was be helpless and wait. I prefer the wilderness.
I'll miss you. And I'll be worried. But I'll do some work in the meantime. When we meet, I should be able to catch a fish and start a fire with a single spear strike.
You say you'll be afraid, and yet you are in high spirits. That's what I like about you.
Nonetheless, I'm a bit worried about you meeting the Yabawaka.
Everything will be fine. I need to go alone. We already agreed that's the only way. Besides, they don't seem to like you.
They don't seem to like outsiders. They shot arrows at a military chopper.
Hard to blame them. Since you published your book, they've been under siege by the media, scientists, doctors. The World Health Alliance established a medical camp and probably performed research, violating the tribe's taboos. But I will convince them. I have to.
Taboos. All right. Hey, Stick. What are sticks doing inside the tent? They fall through the ceiling?
Recording number 1. So, I'm on the expedition with my wife, Mia. Hey, Mia. Hey, Mia. Say hello.
Oh, hello.
The tent is up, so we can start working right away. I'll focus on indexing new plant species, and Mia, can you explain what you're gonna do?
Well, I'm going to meet the Jabberwock tomorrow.
I'm worried, you know.
Of course you are. But I'm
All right,
ready.
so we get the setup.
I believe so.
Let me see. I'm at the village. Call me with the radio when you wake up. P.S. There's a little gift for you.
Okay, that's all for now. It was
Mia?
and Jake Higgins, day 1.
Wow, I bet they were planning to do a little podcast like that every day. And here it is, day 3, and there was only the one. And hey, Thunderous, what's up? The Jaguars... Wait, who comes in pairs? Hello?
Hello? Mia?
Hey, sleepyhead. Finally up?
Oh, put it down.
You left already? Why didn't you wake me up?
You know I hate farewells.
Well, I was hoping we'd have breakfast together. You surprised me, that's all.
Admit it. You thought I forgot your birthday, didn't you?
Oh, the sticks.
Well, I didn't.
Oh, it's my birthday. It's a fancy Fitbit.
Exactly what I wanted. It even has solar batteries.
And a macro element scanner. Check yourself to see if you're not missing any. We've been here only a few days, but stress can wear you out.
Tell me about it.
So this not only keeps track of just whether you're hungry or not, but whether you've got the right levels of the right kind of nutrients. So the top left is proteins, which is in this game comes strictly from meats. I think it's proteins. Macro elements. The raindrops are fats, which come from nuts, are the best source. Carbs, fruits. Meat is the best source of proteins, and then there's water. And water has to, you can drink river water, but it's not safe unless you could find a way to boil it. Otherwise, it may lead to parasitic infection. You also can get dirty depending on what you're doing, and if you don't wash your hands, like if you're in a dirty state, there's a little status icon. If you try to eat without washing your hands, you can get sick. You can get parasites. I'm geeking out over this. It looks like I need some protein. Let me see. Gather some protein bars. All of a sudden they're interactable. And now I'm topped off. Does a watch come with Simon? Looks like it's wired onto him, but that's it. I thought that was a wire, like electrode sticking in him. What the hell kind of watch is that? That's just like a little bracelet he made. Or maybe his girlfriend made it for him.
Well rested and well fed.
Keep it that way. We need that brain of yours working at peak performance.
I'll try to take good care of it. Have you found them yet?
See, and as expected, they don't want to talk. They behave as if I am not here.
But they haven't driven you away. That's a good sign. You need to convince them that you're one of them.
Agreed. That seems to be the right course of action. I will sleep on the edge of the village and only eat what I can find.
Brave girl.
Thanks for the encouragement. Looks like I'm on my own from now on. We can't get in touch so often as long as I remain in the village.
Been thinking the same, but didn't want to say it. I really don't want to lose touch.
If anything goes wrong, I'll leave the village and get you on the radio. Otherwise, you can assume everything is just fine and there is no need to worry.
All right. Let's focus on the goal. I'll be focusing on indexing new plant species. I think I saw a few new specimens around here.
Check the cork board. Is this what I'm looking? Oh, we gotta find a tobacco plant. Famous last words. Yeah, what could go wrong? Let's say, so the watch has... it's got the time, which is perpetually 2 o'clock. And it's got a compass. So that's a 3. It's got the time, it's got the compass, and it's got the protein tracker. So now I gotta find me some tobacco. Yeah, I'm going to the jungle to catalog rare and undiscovered plants, like tobacco. I'll have to bring some of that back to society to see if there are any uses for it. I'll bet there's all sorts of medicinal and recreational uses for this tobacco plant. We go here. Yep. Tobacco. I like the sound of that.
Oh, fuck me.
Stupid. Stupid rope.
Mia, I know I was supposed to not call, but a line snapped and I fell down a good 30 feet.
That was not 30 feet. Come on, bro.
Are you okay?
I'm not sure.
That was like 4 feet, buddy.
Hold on. I'll walk away a bit so they can't hear you. Let me know once you have checked yourself.
Okay, so then you have to always check yourself. You look in quadrants. So it's the right, left arm. Right. Oh, look at
That's
that.
definitely not good.
Look what happened to me.
It's all right. Nothing's broken. Just scratches and bruises. Nothing to worry about.
In the jungle, every scratch can be dangerous. You need to patch everything up. Do you remember how to do it?
Yes? No.
I can't say that I remember.
Look for Molineria. It has long leaves without any markings and is surrounded by yellow flowers.
I see it.
Okay, I'll go look for it.
You should have it in your notepad. Call me when you've treated your wound.
It's
Roger that.
Ava.
Over and out.
Ava with all the shiny stars. The box full of stars. How you doing, Ava? I have a wound that I need to treat. And so one of my most vicious experiences in this game so far actually started because I ate without washing my hands. I was making stuff out of mud. I think I was making mud walls on my place. So I was like mixing the mud together, handling a bunch of mud bricks, and then I was hungry, so I just started eating, and almost immediately I got parasites. And so then I was sort of running around trying to find the plants to cure the parasites, and because I knew some plant would do it. And so I was stupidly like nibbling on different plants to see what would happen, and then I got even worse things started happening. Anyways, I think I got like worms inside my skin, and I started going insane. Like my person like seriously went insane, and he ended up dying because I just couldn't. It was pretty crazy. It was really kind of freaky. Your back's been playing out for the last week. In the hospital. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ava. Oh, gee. Sorry, Ava, that sucks. And let me see. I was gonna... I think I can relate to you, Ava. Look at these virtual injuries that I've sustained. You think your time in the hospital is rough? It's nothing compared to what's happening to this virtual arm right here. Just wrap it up in this leaf. It'll be fine.
Here I am, all wrapped up nicely.
Does it hurt?
Yeah.
Like hell.
Aw, pobrecito mío. Imagine I am hugging you now.
Mm-hmm.
Better?
A bit better. Yes. So, how are you doing?
I'll be initiated in a few days. I am optimistic. I expect to be treated as one of their own after that, and I should be able to ask some questions then. Some elders are opposed to this, though. Luckily, Chief Kuini is on my side.
Why are they opposed?
I think they were divided even before I joined them. The chief wanted to approach the World Health Alliance peacefully, but a few of the elders insisted on fighting. Now, the Jabahuaca basically have two factions.
Sounds dangerous, Mia. Be careful.
I'm not in any danger. Told you, I'm optimistic.
Yep, that's how you not be in danger. Be optimistic.
Jake, please come in. Jake, I need you here. Jake, please. Please answer me.
Mia?
Leave
What
it
happened?
alone. Just noticed that, Nick.
Mia, speak to me. Mia! What the hell's going on over there?
Find Mia. Any other? Can I bring this pencil as a weapon? Oh, look! Oh, thank God, a stick. All right, now I'm ready to go. Do I still have my? I got the machete. That's good. Uh-oh. Noob. Oh shit. Hey, achievement. You were not prepared.
Hello?
Warcraft reference. World of Warcraft.
Jake, what the hell is going on there? Oh, come on, speak to me, Jake. ¿Por qué no me respondes?
Oh. Hey, everything's looking on the up and up now.
Mia? Mia? God damn it, this radio.
It's a pretty brutal place to be stranded. Look at this. Looks like a postcard. Press N to open my notebook. Alright, so there's a ton of stuff here. The 33rd day. My notebook is drenched in water. I don't have any supplies. Mia is not responding. You call from a tribe. What is she afraid of? What was I running from? So he's a little bit sketchy on what happened that night. He's like, I went to go look for Mia, and then everything got weird and dark, and like something scared me, and I was running, and this happened. And so my current objective is just find help. So there's these different categories of things that I can build. These are the properties of different plants. So this is what I use to make bandage. There's the tobacco plant. It has anti-venom properties. That's come in handy because there's these rattlesnakes that hide under bushes randomly. And you might get half a second warning of rattle. But if you're not ready to stop and retreat at any moment in a split second, you will get bitten. And that's like terrible because you don't always see them. You just hear them, and all of a sudden you may or may not see them, but you'll be bitten, and it's bad. And okay, here's my thing about the carbs. Sanity. So if your sanity goes down, you have hallucinations. No treatment consuming item with anti-stress component. So a lot of foods, if they're yummy, will help bring your sanity back. Sleeping comfortably increases your sanity. Your sanity goes down when bad things happen. Like, if you're starving and the only thing you can find are worms, and you eat the worms, your sanity's going to go down a little bit. If you get those worms that end up inside your skin, and if you can't get rid of them, that makes your sanity go down really bad. If you find leeches on yourself, or if you have leeches on you, your sanity will slowly go down until you like discover them and take them off. So let's see. Scratches, abrasions. The dressing covers up, allowing to heal. Dressing combined with a disinfectant will speed up the healing process. So did tobacco is anti-venom, not disinfecting. So then you have certain skills: fists, blades, axes, spears. These are all things that go up as you do different things. And there's the mud. I haven't discovered mud yet, but you can build. You pick something like this, and then you can move it around and choose where you want it. It ends up being pretty labor intensive, but for starters, you can, just to save the game and have a place to sleep, there's this shelter, and basically it allows you to sleep and save your game, and it's the smallest thing. So that's a good place, a good way to start. Set up a little shelter, and it needs 8 sticks, 3 long sticks, 1 rope, and 1 palm leaf. Right now it wants sticks, so I don't have any of that stuff. Laura Croft will help me survive. Wait, but Laura Croft, doesn't she just survive by being rich and just having helicopters drop her shit off? Or wait, she does get stranded in places and figure out how to live. That's right. So, and I'll mess around a little bit here just to show you like how it is to get started, and then I'll show you. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, I don't have anything. I don't have anything to cut stuff with. I was like, wait, where's my? I'm trying to hit my button to bring up the machete.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Need rocks. Gotta
I
start.
had an accident. I don't know what happened. Please, help. Over.
Yeah, that's what I was remembering, Nick. It's like that whole thing is she's stranded there and she ends up surviving pretty well. Big stone I can harvest into smaller stones. And there's another stone. So I got 4 rocks. So now I picked up stones and I've got a new entry, stone blade. So basically just 2 stones makes a stone blade. Craft. Put 2 of them on there, and then stone blade appears. Alright. So now this you can use to chop stuff down. There's a weird kind of rhythm to getting a like the chops going in any kind of good efficient order. And now I got stands that I can use to hold my sticks. And hello, cheesy horde. An accent. Someone come change me? It's embarrassing. Oh, I only had 2 sticks. I gotta find more sticks. Gonna craft some depends. Oh, there gotta be some more sticks that I missed over there. Oh. Cheesy Horde just comes in, says hi everybody, and then says goodbye. Oh, I hope it wasn't anything anybody did. But if you must go, then have a good night, Cheesy Horde. You gotta go. Oh, we got some people coming over and you gotta do some housework. Alright, that's fair. Well, I hope you have a nice time with your visitors, at any rate. And I feel like there are a bunch of sticks that I missed that just ended up going in the underbrush when I knocked that first little tree down. Oh, I still need more sticks. Okay, I'm not going to break down those big ones because you end up needing those. Those become increasingly rare. So this area is where I spent a lot of my time, and I ended up clearing out a wider space over there and making like my real camp, because this area down here doesn't have a lot of room to stretch. It'd be nice though because you're right by the water, but maybe there's a way to make it happen. Nah, it'd be too much of a pain. Oh, that's right. That makes sense. I just read everything out of order, Ava. Oh yeah, and I need some ropes too. Ropes will come on this stuff. And so this little area I'm on is basically just like this log goes to the rest of the world, but there's this patch of land here is sort of isolated. No bad stuff spawns on it. The one time something dangerous was close enough to chase me here as a jaguar, and I don't know if I outrun it. It was beating the shit out of me, but when I ran across this thing, it didn't chase me across. So it's my destiny. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. I'm getting distracted. All right, let's because I also know that there's banana trees and stuff around here too, but I'm not seeing any bananas yet. Oh, it occurs to me I should probably oh no, put this down. There's so much that I need to do. Sun's going down. I don't have a fire? Alright, let's get all this stuff down here. I haven't even checked my nutrition levels. Alright, there's this. The long sticks, gonna need 3 of these. And now I'm gonna need some fern leaves. Is this one a good candidate for fern leaves? Okay, there's one that looks kind of like this, but it's a nut tree. I don't want to screw with that. You know what? I could probably make a... I think I could make a little axe right now, too. There we go. It's primitive. You know what? I think I even... There's a little cave here that spawns obsidian. And I didn't know what to do with obsidian like the first day and a half I was playing this game. There it is. Then I realized you can use it just instead of a rock to make an even better axe. Oh, wait. I need some rope on top of that. There we go. Here. That axe is bumped. We'll leave that there. This will be my axe. Reminds you of primitive technology? Is that a game? Now, I kept thinking you get obsidian and then you can use that to... Like, the crafting is not super advanced. There's a lot of it to be done, but it doesn't get... Like, some games get absolutely grindy with crafting, and this one doesn't. Like, you discover a few recipes, and there is a bit of grind when you start building a base, like the steps to build if you want to start building, like, a big... Lots of walls and things like that. That's sort of labor-intensive. Alright, now I got my obsidian axe. Need my leaves. Ooh, it's getting so dark. Can I make a little fire? Do I have enough? Need to make a fire. Small fire. I'll put it right here near my tent. Oh, I need more sticks. Here, this time I'm gonna harvest some of this stuff. I guess I don't need them that bad. It's really dark when the sun first goes down, but then when the moon comes out, if there is a moon, like if it's not raining, then it gets to where you can kind of see again. But we're in a stage right now where it gets really dark. Oh, it's a YouTube channel. Okay, okay. Ah, here comes the moon. How's my, nutrition? Okay, I'm doing okay. I'm not starving or anything yet. Oh yeah, I was gonna get more palm leaves too. Here, as long as I'm getting all these sticks. Yeah, it's one thing this game doesn't have that a lot of these games do is there's not a lot of lighting options. Like, you can start your campfire, you can make a torch, which is not that... Let me see how well the torch... But then the torch, you've got to go through the whole thing of lighting it, so you really need a fire first. Oh man, for reals? Alright. Here's some leaves I can get from this. Hey, there's a stick. You dig the fire trench? A heated bed? Oh, dang. Alright, that's some next level primitive tech right there. Here, I'm gonna drop some of this. Dump that off right there. So that's ready. Let's get that fire going. Oh, I'm gonna need some leaves. Get some leaves drying. Are there any already dried leaves? Oh, no, what I can build? Oh, I don't have any more obsidian. I was gonna make an obsidian spear. Like, go after those fish. But I can't cook the fish till I can make the fire. It's all one at a time. One thing at a time. Time's it in game, anyways. Yeah, it's 9:45. Still doing good, not starving. Everything is looking on the up and up right now. And now I forgot what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, it's gonna look for some. It's gonna look for some dry leaves. It also wouldn't be bad to find a few more rocks and some coconuts. Coconuts are the key to water. Because you need to use the coconuts to hold the dirty water to put next to the fire to boil. You have the coconuts. A big... No, I don't want a big... I want to break it up right now. There's certain things you can only do with big stones, but I don't need those yet. Any coconuts in these trees? Any one of these palm trees could have coconuts, but it's very conspicuous if they do. Big green coconuts, you can throw rocks up at them and knock them out. They'll fall down occasionally on their own. They've got to put the little squeeze of lime and a lime wedge on the side. I don't know if this is a glitch or what, but these... It's like these mushrooms don't have a nighttime texture. I think it's intentional. But it's the only mushroom that I know for sure that you can eat that won't hurt you. I know from experience. During the day, they're just brown. But at night, they turn bright green, like they're missing a texture or something. Alright, so far, I'm not seeing any coconuts. And I'm also not seeing any dry leaves. Here's some dry leaves. Wait a minute. But is this a nut plant? I think that might be a nut tree. I don't want to mess with that. I'm afraid to kill the nut tree. You think they don't, maybe they're bioluminescent? It seems to me more like a weird glitch, but maybe they glow in the dark. Maybe it's intended. It's like, yeah. Wait, here's some other, see, this is the same ones though. I don't really, those fill up carbs. I actually don't really need those right now. I was gonna find dry leaves. Yeah, we'll just get some leaves together. But I can make a spear now. I don't think I can... Oh no, I got... Oh, I got parasites. Son of a bitch. Because I ate the mushrooms with my dirty hands. That little icon on the bottom right, that the thumping one is my parasites. The one on the bottom right is how muddy I am. I totally forgot. I need to wash my hands. I'm at 2 levels of dirty. Luckily, I now know from memory where there is a plant that has fruit that will get rid of my parasites if I eat it. Hopefully, I don't flip and die on my way over there. But I lived with the parasites for like several in-game days before and was becoming somewhat desperate. All it does is it makes your your nutrition go down a lot faster. Insomnia. All right, I'm gonna have to check into that. I didn't know insomnia was a thing I could get. More rope. Pretty sure there was a plant right around here somewhere. Where? But where? I don't remember being this far. And this area is pretty familiar to me, so I know there's a couple places where like snakes live out here, and I'm carefully steering clear of the places where I know the snakes are. Where's that? Oh, there's a dead animal. They come with bones, which come in real handy. Your mitochondria are going to catch fire. Solid science. Alright, where is that? Not if I can find this damn fruit. Unless it's... I'm pretty sure this map is the same every time you play it. So I shouldn't... The things that I know about that are on the map should be in the same spots. But what I don't want is to start my game off with a damn parasite. Alright, there's the little nuts. Where the hell was that tree? I could have sworn it was like right here. Maybe it hasn't... Do they mature over time? Maybe it hasn't matured yet. Yeah, I remember Parasite Eve. It reminded me of, I sort of thought of it in the same vein as Resident Evil for some reason. It has a similar vibe to me. I don't know if I ever bought it. Alright, screw it. I need to... I'll come back during daylight. See if I can find this. In my main game, I actually got seeds from the fruit and made a planter, and I have one of those growing right in my camp. Uh-oh, I got leeches. Damn, everything's going on. It's a little... I just got a little thing saying negative something. There they are. Got negative sanity. Alright. So now I want to see what... This thing about insomnia popped up? I don't even remember insomnia being a thing. Maybe I've just been really good with my sleep hygiene in game. I mean, no treatment. Reduces sanity. Increase energy. Okay, I need to get some sleep. I don't remember that game too well. I mean, I did play it, but what was that, like 1999? Are they doing a remake? I've been hearing more stuff about that game recently. As if it's about to make a reappearance. Check under my ball sack. Oh, here we go. Hey, comfortable sleep. Wow, I must have been really good laying out those palm leaves. All right. Yeah, everything is going down. So now there is some degree of urgency. Because I got that damn worm. I was doing fine too, but now the worm has made all my needs accelerate. I'm gonna have to probably just drink dirty water, because it could take a few days for the coconuts to start spawning. Just rats. No worries. I was startled at every single damn thing in this game. When I first was playing this, like, I was just creeping around every little sound, because all I know is I walk into a bush and all of a sudden something I didn't see would bite me and I'd be dying, and I wouldn't have any way to to stop it. So it could be a little traumatizing. You start learning your way around a little bit, and then there's still things that are traumatizing and scary to me. And there's a jaguar that hangs out around this area. Brad! Hunger for rock attached to stick. It's not just any rock, it's an obsidian rock. It's the Cadillac of rocks. Only the best. How you doing, Brad? Hunger for friendship. I bought Brad a video game on his wish list that I correctly surmised that he didn't even remember putting on there. It was like, but it was at the top of his wish list, and it was only $5. It was on sale. So I bought it for him, and he's been making videos on it. So Brad, I'm glad you seem to be enjoying the game too. So how you doing, Brad? Oh, coconut. All right. Can drink the coconut. And now that's not a problem. I'm trying to refrain from eating until I can find that fruit to cure my damn parasite. But now I'm thinking that fruit isn't here. Either the plant's not here in this game. That's something I don't know. If you start a new game, does stuff show up in different spots? Because I swear the plant was, even want to say maybe it was right here in my other game. It said this is a nut plant in this game. You remember putting it on there, you just didn't remember why. Yeah, it looks like a pretty funky game though. You're the sort of person that I wouldn't just go out and be like, hey, I should see if there's any good games on sale that I can give to Brad. Because, you have particular tastes in games. And it's always, to me, it's always unpredictable which games that you like and which games that you won't like. Well, there's plenty of games that you do like, and you like them a lot. And sometimes it's like you like Skyrim, which is that's super mainstream, so it's not just that you're like, oh, whatever's popular I think is shit. I actually haven't been playing any more baseball. Just the summer sale's got me so distracted. I've been playing all... Oh! The rattle. Okay, we don't want to walk into that. So I guess I'm just gonna have to live with parasites right now. Until I can find a way to not have parasites. Because where I thought the bush was, it ain't. The bush with the plants to cure my... Everything else is in the same spot. Just really get... Hey, Lady Wendy! Whoa! I remember you now, Mindy. Oh, it's been quite some years now. Well, I believe I haven't seen you since 1978. Back when we was working in the Carter campaign. I don't know. I don't know what's happening in 1978. How you doing, Lady Wendy? And two Irish girls. Now that I can remember you're on the East Coast and you're not in Ireland. Now I remember this time. Alright. First things first. Gonna eat the coconut meat. But now I've got 2 coconut shells. And I'm just gonna set these down because it rains. There are seasons roughly in this game. And if these things are just let to catch rain, they will fill up. So right now, that is the best way of finding stuff. I got leeches on me. There we go. That was it. Little notice, that little magnifying glass pops up to let you know there's something on you that you need to check. It's like an itch or something in the back of your mind letting you know something's wrong. I don't have any dirty hands right now. I'm doing pretty good, Lady Wendy. We took this week off for 4th of July to travel to California. And then, hey, snail. It's good. Oh, I got dry leaves now. Only problem is I can't light a fire. Can't light a fire in the rain. So maybe here, I will. So yeah, we ended up canceling the trip because this is not a good time to be flying to or from or traveling to or from California. But we did keep the week off, both my wife and I. So it's been pretty nice, and it coincided with the Steam summer sale too. So I've been picking up, trying different games. I gave myself permission to buy and play games. And let's see. Let's make a little... What I haven't done before. Can I put a fire under the small shelter? Oh. Okay. That's way... Okay. I've never made one of those. I always go straight from shelter to, like, framing houses. 2 logs, long stick, rope, omelet. Well, it's just... Here. And can I make a second frame by way of reference? Okay, let's get rid of this first one. I don't need one on that. Once you actually built one, the next ones will like snap to it. Get some logs. There's E. coli all over my hands. No, I already... in this game, your parasites just won't go away on their own. So I'm just gonna have parasites from now on. I should drink that. Drink that water. Need to find more coconuts. And then once you have more coconuts, you can turn them into like little water containers you can carry around with you, like canteens, and move them around. They had to cancel for the same reason. Yeah. I've known very few people that kept travel plans. And one of my coworkers has COVID. And it was because his girlfriend kept travel plans recently to visit her family in Texas. And now she brought it back, and now they both have it. So hopefully he's gonna be okay. Sounds like he's like he's like a really fit, in shape dude. So I think, and he's like only like 30, so I think he's gonna be fine. And at least so far, he's still been, we've all been working from home, so we don't, like our office where we normally worked before packs people in pretty tightly in terms of like the work, lots of people, lots of like desk spaces very close together. Now you have your little space like to work and stuff. It's not cramped in that sense, but you're right next to your coworkers. But he's been working at home still. Like, I guess he's got it. He tested positive for it, but it's not bad enough that he can't work. But hopefully it stays that way. That's the thing about this one, is people get it, and then it's like, it's mild, and it seems like after a week or two, it seems like it's going away. And then it will all of a sudden really hit hard. So it's not one of those where it's like, hey, after you had it for a week, if your symptoms start improving, it means you're getting better. Like, the show ain't over till the fat lady sings. Matus! It's hellish and green out here. Ka! That's right, I got green parasites right now. Yeah, Texas has definitely become one of the biggest hotspots. Florida, Texas, and California are the new New York. And other places are taking off, like Oregon. Our cases have like doubled or tripled our new cases per day. But we don't have the kind of population density to make that to spread in that same way. All right, what else do I need on here? I think I'm gonna make a I'm gonna make a leaf roof. Palm. And I can find those palm leaves that I dumped off here a little while ago. Nope. I'm gonna say that's a big pile of leaves, but that's actually my shelter. I can't tear that apart. Everybody. It could be a word, Matus, if you want it to. If you want it badly enough. Everybody. Wow, I'm really bad at axes in this game. I really gotta... This was just like a little weak bush. And I really had to take this. It's an obsidian axe. State-of-the-art primitive axery. All this so that I can make a fire, because it's a time of year where I'm at where it rains every 5 seconds, So I know from experience, if I make a fire, oh, I'm full. I don't have enough stick. If I make a fire, 5 seconds later, rain's gonna fall on it. Wait, weren't there more leaves that I just couldn't fit? Oh well, there. Alright. It's a little bit more realistic than a lot of the games, and as much as it looks crafty, the crafting is not as grindy as certain other games where you end up making people make these ginormous bases, and I guess you could here, but like these trees don't grow back, so at a certain point, that's what I've encountered is in my main game I've built up an area over here, but it's to find logs and larger pieces of wood, I have to go so far now that there's no point continuing to build my base as long as it's basically just functional. I'm just gonna have to be satisfied with it for what it is, unless there's something really worth it for me to go halfway across the jungle. So there's no real mega base building here, but you do spend quite a bit of time crafting. It's more focused on the survival elements. I've been staying in like newbie town right now. So my main thing is I ate without washing my hands, and now I got parasites. It's made me very sad, Brad. All right, now I can start a fire. Let me see. I need to use. No, this is where I made. Oh, I need to make the sticks to make the fire. Here. Grab that. Do a hand drill. Use hand drill. I'm gonna put on the dry leaves. Those leaves I picked up dried out, so I can use them now for this purpose. My female coworker. I have made fire. And if it rains, see. I think I do want to make a little stick holder though. And fire making, yeah, in real life it takes a bit longer than that. They make up for that for the fact that it really drains your stamina, and if your stamina bar, it depletes throughout the day the more tired you get. If your overall stamina bar is less than about 25 to 30%, you will run out of energy before you can finish that fire building process. So you may still be able to do things for another in-game hour or two, but your character will be too tired to actually go through like the physical effort that it takes to make that fire happen. So that's happened a few times where I waited too late in the day to make a fire and my character's too tired to start it. So, but as opposed to in real life, you might sit there for, especially if you don't know what you're doing, you might sit there for an hour trying over and over again and screwing it up over and over again. I was gonna make a long stick container. Which, ironically, requires long sticks. I think I saw another long stick up here, too. I don't know if I can, Nick, because I don't know what that is. This fire will not draw unwanted attention. However, because this is sort of like a safe, this little area here is essentially the noob zone. It's not very big. And once you go beyond it, then yeah, it becomes a bit more of a problem. Like in my main game, that's actually, I'm out traveling, I'm following down leads, so I'm not just sitting at my base surviving. And I've been away from my home for about 5 days, sort of surviving, sort of like I have right now, mostly not making fires. But finally I decided I was out of meat, and I would need, and it was a rainy season again, and I would need to build a fire. And so I actually set up a little camp, very much like this, with the hut shelter to sleep in, and this thing to basically just to shelter my fire, so my fire doesn't go out. And so I made it, and then I was off like in the trees, like doing something, like da 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 da, and all of a sudden I hear like these bone-chilling cries, and I see these crazy dudes just run to my camp and just tear the shit out of it. And then one of them's looking around, they spot me hiding in the bushes, and they chased me for like 2 miles, throwing spears and shit at me. Things just got, and I got like beat up as all hell. Oh, need to put the ropes on there. So yeah, fires can definitely attract, and that same fire also attracted a jaguar. Well, I was also cooking on that fire. I don't know if it was a fire or the smell of cooking meat, but a jaguar showed up, but it was my small victory. It's the first time that I didn't run away from a jaguar. I didn't really have a defensible position to retreat to. So I actually killed it with my bow and arrow. And I was surprised because I didn't think that was going to work. Oh, it's an obsidian sword like the Aztecs made. Wood with obsidian shards around it for cutting. They sometimes use shark teeth. I don't believe I've seen that come up as a menu item, Nick. But speaking of menu items, hold on now. You get this. Hey, hold on. I just saw a leech. Saw a leech on me. Get off. Get off. All right. No. We're gonna craft with this. We're going to add a rock. And oh, I don't have any flipping rope. A rope. They used all my rope. Now see, that's one of the unrealistic parts of this game is the leeches, once removed from your body, they fall on the ground, but once you're out of that animation sequence of dropping them on the ground, they cease to exist. So, I mean, if you have rotten meat and you harvest it, you can have maggots, you can eat those. Character will lose sanity. And tree stumps like this, a lot of times there's grubs, you can eat those. Again, you'll lose sanity because it's not a pleasant thing to eat, but you can eat it. I think the maggots, I don't know if I ever ate the maggots. You use the maggots if you get, I think if you get a wound that's infected and you don't have anything medicinal to treat the infection, you can put maggots into it, which causes you to have a certain degree of pain for a certain amount of time, but it will get rid of the infection eventually. It will basically turn the wound back into an open wound that you can then redress and hope that it doesn't become infected again. I didn't try barbecuing the grubs. Oh yeah, I'm starving. This is one of those games too where I thought maybe this wouldn't be the best streaming game, because if I was really into it, if you're not focused on what you're doing, and I have the hunger stuff set to low, but I think it's because I have the I think it's because I have the parasite. If you don't pay attention to what you're doing, your vital stats can go down. Let me see. I need a rope. Wait a minute. Can I not make a spear? Okay, hold on. Hold on now. I need to use my stone blade. Not just a rock. Gotta be something fancier. Some rope. There we go. Alright, how are we doing? Everything's super low. Need carbs, need protein. Fat's doing okay. I saw some bananas. Here, this is a banana tree. Oh, 2 bananas. How'd that do for our carbs? Okay, carbs are up. We need protein, though. Yub-a-dub-dubs, thanks for the grubs. So I don't have the dirty stat. The reason I had the dirty stat before was because I was doing a lot of chopping and pulling leaves. I was doing stuff that made me dirty. But there's a little status icon that lets you know if you're dirty, and I am not currently dirty. Let me see. Here are some big old fishes. Oh. Oh, there we go. Come on. Anyone else? There, I got one on there too. How about one more? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. All right. I got fish. Let's see, let's harvest. We're gonna get the fish going on the fire. These little fires only have 2 spots where you can cook stuff. Get the rest of them going. You can make larger fires later that have 4. I'm only filthy on the inside because of my damn parasites. Oh, it's already 1:44 in the morning? Oh yeah, that does seem pretty filthy, but you know, I'm making do. I think you can build like stuff to stick over the fire, like roasting rack type things later. But I think you have to see it somewhere before you go, oh yeah, I could make one of those. Like you spot it in like a little encampment that you find. That's how a lot of recipes pop up. You'll go someplace and you'll see something and go, oh, and then all of a sudden it's added to your... So it does reward exploration, but it's not... In a lot of games, you just get... Everything you do, you get a little bit of experience in these crafting games, and then you can... you spend those to unlock new recipes of your choosing, and this game is very much not like that. New recipes unlock based on things that you discover. Like, literally, the first time you pick up mud... Let me see. Take mud. Hey, new entry. Mud mixer. I can't use the mud right now. Mud would make me dirty, too, if I handle it too much. But right now, it didn't. So now, since I handled mud, if I go to the mud tab... Now, look, there's the mud mixer. There's a storage box that you make with mud. Now, all of a sudden, there's all these mud wall options. Mud roof. For all these mud options that just unlocked because once I discovered mud, I was like, hey, there's all sorts of things I can do with this mud. But it doesn't tell you like, hey, pick up the mud, you know, to learn new things. You're just like, you see there's an option to pick up mud and you're like, all right, well. All right, I'm super tired. If I have time to, I'm going to cook the last of this. And hopefully I can stay awake until it finishes cooking. Oh, I should eat the fish. Speaking of eating fish. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to eat more fish than that. How about one more, just to top it off. I'm low on fats. Alright, this little nut, help with fats. The water. Okay, the rain caught. Now if it's not raining, then you can put the coconut bowls on the fire, and then if you have those gourd things that you make out of whole coconuts, you get the dirty water out, you pour it into the coconut halves on the fire, and then it boils them and purifies. But if it's just raining, like right now it just started raining again, these are filling up right now. All right, these should be cooked. And now we'll go to sleep. I'm not gonna let myself sleep till noon, though. You can. There's a. Okay, 9:30. Now I just want to see if I can go find that. Oh, I should rebuild my. Have rock still. All right. Have that little thing is handy. And I like having this in slot too. You can only do that with the power of your imagination, Nick. If you have two in your inventory, you just go... Oh, Chauncey. I fooled Chauncey. She thinks I'm riding a horse. She's like, where the fuck is that horse? Don't worry, Chauncey. It's not a real horse. Silly bird. So gullible. What a weirdo. It should take 3 straight days for rain to fill up the coconut? You really thinking it would take that long? Or you just want it to, I mean, I know it would take... It wouldn't literally take 15 seconds and then it would be full. But... Alright, well there's a banana bush. And I could have sworn there was right, and I know there's a snake around here somewhere too, so I got to be careful. There's a snake around here that was not a place I was used to running into snakes. But in my main game, there's a bush right around here somewhere that has a fruit that if you eat it will get rid of parasites. 3 inches per hour, so maybe... Oh, I guess if you put it that way, yeah, that's right, Brad. Alright, I don't need anything associated with flies right now. I'm really thinking... This? I was gonna hop into my main game anyway just to show you a sense of progression, and I'm almost thinking like... I'm just gonna come over here because... Am I insane? I've gotten parasites a few times, and I finally discovered this bush over here. And every time I needed, if I ended up screwing up and getting parasites, I wonder if it's this one has replaced it. Anyways. So, I don't know. This was just like a... This save is one I just created just to show you guys how the game starts. I think I'm gonna jump in. Well, I've got 2 saves on my main. One is at my actual camp, and So I'm going to show you my camp. And then one is actual, a week later, me deep in the wilderness, kind of lost, kind of getting by. I think I saved at that little camp where I ended up getting the hostile natives that night. Saw my campfire and came and demolished it. So I don't know if I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna go ahead and save this though. Storm story custom. Okay. Wait. Okay, this is definitely the one that I am playing right now. Okay, plot 4. Put the animal's head on a stick so you be Lord of the Flies. Show them. Now that's the sort of thing actually in the forest that you can do. You can take bones and stuff and make totems that mean something to the natives. Not so much that I'm aware of in this game. So, number 1 slot is... Yeah, I want to load that game. Is my last slot, my last save at my actual main base. So just to give you some perspective, we were just, uh-oh, I got it. There they are. So I started the same sort of way before. Here's my little hut. Here's my little campfire. And a couple things that I built. So I basically what I showed you guys was a somewhat of a recreation of how I started my real game. But then I realized, look, there's fish. Then I realized that, like that, I wasn't gonna be able to build a lot of little things I would want in my camp right here. I needed a larger space, so I just left this here. And I moved literally 25 feet away. Reset these. So here is Casa del Gila. It's not much, but I like it. Here's all the coconut halves. Some of them are actually empty, but I think it's because I just drank a few right before. I hit a dry season where it didn't rain in this game for a couple of weeks after I was spoiled with it raining all the time. And so it was kind of rough going. I had this whole thing, these empty little Bidens, like that I would have to run down to the river, bring back, boil on the fire, pour them into these, rinse and repeat. But when it rains every 10 times a day, then you don't need to start. And even stuff like when you're making the mud, you need a bunch of water. I've got a couple of plants here that I planted myself, including this is the plant that would help me get rid of parasites. Should probably pick those up since they're on the ground. Oh, I'm loaded down. I don't know why I have all the same stuff. Maybe I got rid of the guts. I don't need all these bones either. You end up with way too many of these bones. So now instead of cooking the fish, I've got this dryer thing going, and it takes a lot longer for them to be prepared, but once they are, they last like 5 or 6 days instead of, I think when you cook, they've got a shelf life of about 2 days before, day and a half to 2 days before they go bad on you. I think I'm filled up on everything. Here, bet. Alright, my piranha meat. It looks like some of these are about to, a couple of these about to finish up. I could got 2 raw meats to put up there. How you like that, Brad? Check this out. This is where now I have my bed, and I have a beautiful view. I got my own little fire thing that I can build in here, so when I do want to cook, I can do it in here. Now you can make doorways, but no doors. I don't know if that's an oversight. You'd think you'd be able to make doors, but you can't. There's so much you can make. But the only reason I made a doorway here is because I was always running up and down this hill all the time, and I thought, oh, it would be handy. And also, I've never been attacked here. If this was a place where I actually was getting attacked, I would probably just get rid of this and have the ladder, and I think you can set up some traps and stuff. I'd probably be a little more... Where's the masturbatorium? I'm a modern Robinson Crusoe. I was seriously feeling a Robinson Crusoe vibe when I was building this. This reminded me of like the Swiss Family Robinson treehouse at Disneyland before they turned it into Tarzan. That is it even there anymore? They might have gotten rid of it. Anyway, sticks. But yeah, so and then down before the second floor I added later. So before it was just this, and it was palm roof. It was palm ceilings. And then I built this ladder and I ran up. I was like, I'm gonna build a second floor. And as soon as I walked out of the palm ceiling, I wrecked it and fell through. A bunch of palm leaves fell everywhere. I was like, oh, whoops. So that's where I discovered I'd need to start building with mud to make firmer surfaces that I could actually walk on. But yeah, everything was down here. So my bed used to be right here. And this was the more substantial campfire that I built where I've done most of my cooking. I made some storage boxes. I got different things going on there. Oh, I got a whole bunch of dried meat already in there. Any of these done yet? That one's done. Got that piranha meat. I'll just put it in here. I got a little more meat than I can work with right now. And it's never a bad thing if it actually goes bad, because if I need maggots later, I get it from the rotten meat. So it's good to have a little bit of that on the back burner. You couldn't defend your hut, like 2 monkeys could take you down. What? But Brad, look, I still... As an advanced state of the game, I have this obsidian spear, just like the one you saw me build 20 minutes into my noob game. I could defend myself. Look. See that? You think 2 monkeys are gonna mess with this? Huh? How about this? Ah! Come at me, monkey. I've got so much meat. I got a lot of meat. Oh yeah, I was gonna go see if I could find that bush. But yeah, this is let's just say that going from surviving down here to having this little setup, even though this is not like a mega base, it's gonna like you go, wow, that's amazing, look what you did. But it's like it was a bit of work putting this together, and it feels really nice to have the place that actually kind of feels like, all right, this is my spot, and this is, you know, kind of looks cool when you're up here, and then all my busy shit's down here. And hey, Joss, I've been playing a new game every couple of days, but this one I've been totally sucked into. I picked this up 2 or 3 days ago. And literally, since I launched it, I haven't been able to put it down. And I think the snake is still over here. Yep, hear that rattle. This is a snake. I don't know where he is. There's one that spawns over here that I can sometimes spot. But the one over here, I don't know where he is. All I know is if I walk out there, he's gonna bite my leg. And I don't want to get close enough to start clearing out the bushes since I don't know which one he's in. So I just leave that patch alone over there. Hey, Mohammed. Rona Central. Oh, yeah, jeez. Joss working with the Rona people. Alright, so here's... Oh, it's like an armadillo. Here's this tree. I'm losing my damn mind. And now I can't find it. I can't find it this time either. At least it's not where I remember it being. The bush with the anti-parasite fruit. They didn't update the game since I last played and moved it, did they? I'm gonna go back to camp. This whole little excursion, this whole little excursion right now, is just to see if I can find that damn bush. I know I built my own. I'm gonna get a look at it just so I have a clear idea what it looks like. Okay, just an unassuming little tree. Nick? I didn't see what happened over there, but I just see a lot of messages just got deleted. I'm why you bought My Time at Porsche? Watching me play it? Now, did you get totally hooked into it? That's a game that I get sucked into when I play it. But I've never finished it. The game is definitely got... It's definitely got a grind. And I think both times that I've played it, I've fallen victim to the grind eventually. Or just, I'll play it and play it and play it, and then I'll be like, nah, kinda don't feel like playing it anymore. Just another day of managing my million machines. I finish games. I rarely finish games on my channel. And then there are a lot of games that I don't finish. Oh, I'm curious. Hold on. Let me see what's been installed recently. That's not fair. A lot of games I haven't finished. I'm trying to see. I guess I don't keep finished games on my desktop though. I'm trying to remember the most recent game I can think of for sure that I finished was the Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. And yeah, can't think of it right now. Super Mega Baseball. Hey, Fourier. I just got it was too many games in the summer sale. I've been too distracted. And I haven't played, I don't think I've played baseball since the last time I streamed it. I've just been, excuse me, I've just been trying different games. Some of them like the Humble Bundle that came out this month, and yeah. But I'm not decidedly done with the baseball. I wasn't like, oh, I had enough of that. It's just that I've just been too distracted by too many other things. This game I've been playing solid for 2 to 3 days now. Top baseball streamer. Well, I don't know about that. Alright, I did have one objective that I wanted to accomplish, and that was finding that damn bush. And I know it was right around here somewhere. And it's tripping me out that now I can't find it. Whoa! There's a little tree. I think that was a gecko. But they sound like angry snakes when you get near them. It's the rattle. That's what you gotta watch out for. The rattle. Whoa. Nope. But now I'm quite, it's really gotten under my skin that this tree that I've been using for the last 2 days, that I've finally found its location for, does not appear to be in the game anymore. It's tripping me out hard. It's right, obviously in this area that I've done circles in 10 times. I could have sworn it was right here. Like it was, instead of this tree, it was the anti-parasite fruit tree. I wouldn't have destroyed it, would I? No, it's just like a normal looking, unassuming tree. That's why I'm afraid maybe it's just blending in and I'm missing it. Well, the thing that's weird is I thought maybe if I restarted, because I restarted the game, maybe they'd move things to different places. Like, not everything is where you expect it to be if you start a new game, which I thought it was the same every time. Like, this was a handcrafted world where things were placed. But now it's like, where the hell is that tree? It's called Green Hell. And, let's see. Hold on. Here's a small taste of it. Ah, leeches. Alright, you gotta check yourself from time to time. I think those were the only leeches I had on me, though. And I think I don't need any more meat. We can sneak on this dude and stab him. It's a crafting survival game, emphasis more on the survival aspect. Example, there's my 4 different nutrients: carbs, fat, protein, and hydration. They're all tracked separately. You gotta stay on top of all of them. Now that I've killed a jaguar, I'm curious to see. There was one that was hanging around in these bushes over here. This is the Amazon. This is the premise is your girlfriend / wife, whatever she is. She's making contact with one of the the lost tribes, one of those isolated tribes. Those guys are nothing to worry about. Oh shit, he's something to worry about. This jaguar. Okay, this time I don't know if I can kill it with my spear. But if I turn my ass to him, he's gonna come after me. So I'm not gonna turn my ass to him. Well, only for brief moments. I've literally been like chewed up hard by one of these before, and the wounds really screwed me up. Like, it took me days to recover. So maybe the secret is, as long as I back slowly away, he will never come at me. Oh, he's coming. I had no idea it would be that easy to kill a jaguar. If I'd known... Can I get the arrow back out of his ass? Yeah, nice. I probably am too overloaded to carry all the shit I'm gonna get from him. Yep, I'm overloaded now. So what do I have that I don't need? Bones? All you get is meat and bones. You've lost all respect. Well, the thing is, it was so badass before. I got 3 stones. What else can I get rid of? Guess I could drink some coconut. Eat a nut. Eat a fruit. All right. Yeah, that's the second time I've... all I did was run away from those things terrified for the first, I don't know, 8 hours of gameplay. I wonder if I can find that damn snake. I'm feeling bold. He's not here right now. I'm gonna destroy his habitat. When he comes back tomorrow and he starts rattling, you're not gonna have any place to hide. And then I'll be able to throw a spear at him. He always shows up in this area over here, and I never know where he is. Oh, now I'm... Oh, I picked up all those leaves. That's why. No, I don't need all this. You know what, though? I shouldn't leave this piled right here, because this is exactly the kind of bullshit place he'd be hiding. I'm gonna come over here and drop him a few feet away, where he doesn't... Away from wherever his natural habitat is. Screw you, snake. Alright, I'm gonna drop my leaves over here. Wait, who's Simon Belmont? You made reference to that a couple times. It's not my character's name, is it? First I was like, wait, was the guy's name Simon and I just forgot? This is really getting under my skin, though, that this tree... That I can't find this tree out there. I feel like I'm losing my damn mind. Oh. Okay. I gave myself parasites right now. Because I had dirty hands, and then I started eating stuff in my inventory to clear my inventory. I'm gonna wash myself, and then I'm gonna eat the fruit that gets rid of... There. I got rid of my parasites. Oh, Simon. Is Belmont part of the Simon? I just remember that was like Simon Says. Is Simon Belmont the person behind Simon Says? Is that the Simon? The vampire... Oh, never mind. I should have read the rest of your sentence. The vampire hunter from Castlevania, which I never actually played. So that could be why... why the reference is going over my head. One of those classic games. Never played it. I think I tried it when it came out and I just wasn't... Or maybe rented it. I just didn't... I don't know why, but I never got into it when it came out. Alright. So I think what we're going to do now is... I'm going to jump into my actual... This is my save game. But the last time I saved at my home base before I ventured out into the wilderness. Trying to find leads for what the hell is happening out there. So I think what's actually happening is there's a region that I hadn't explored yet. There's a place I'm supposed to explore, but I found it on my map, and I'm gonna need a grappling hook to climb a cliff to get to it. So my objectives are search the jungle for a grappling hook, so I can access this Lambda 2 location. For the jungle, find a grappling hook. And there's the Alpha 2 location, and that's where I found... Oh, shit. So this is where my base is here. This is where I spent all this time looking for the fruit. I made my way over here, and then I've realized, oh, I can't get down here. But there was an area here that opened this whole part of the map up. So the last thing I did was I came out here thinking, well, maybe I'll find... Obviously, most of the world is out here. And I'm not exactly sure where I am, because it doesn't tell you where you are on the map. But I know I came around, like, this way. I think I followed this river down, and then I found, like, there's, like, a cocaine lab that looks like the natives maybe wiped them out. I don't know, it's abandoned. But there was a road leading away from it. And so I started following the road. And the road's going all over the damn place. So I'm not sure where I am now. I know I followed a road. It appears, it disappears. Crazy shit happens. What's the motivation? Why should I care if my floating pair of hands dies? Well, I think there are games that are for a particular type of person. So not everyone's going to enjoy this. Like we talked about this about Skyrim. Nick and I have compared notes a few times, and Skyrim is a game where I'll add mods so my guy gets hungry and thirsty and has to go hunting and stuff. Because I find that immersive. And a lot of times these games are just the feeling of starting with nothing and then just being able to survive is motivation enough. But this is got an actual story to find my wife and figure out what the hell is happening. But it's still this is not a game where you come here for the story. It's a game where you come here because you like that there's a million different ways you can be wounded and having to deal with that and figure it out. Yeah, this is not a... you can play this game permadeath, but it's not permadeath. I think I've died twice, though, in this game. And once was just... Like I said, it all started because I randomly ate something while my hands were dirty, and then I got parasites, and I realized they weren't going away. So I started going out in the jungle and places and just trying different things. Like, you don't look at something and go, hey, look, that thing, if I eat it, it's going to make me not have parasites anymore. You just find something, you're like, well, time to start putting shit in my mouth and see what happens. and hope that if something bad happens, I'll I'll have the tools, or at least I'll be able to sleep it off and I'll be able to get over it. So that little sequence of exploration and experimentation led to a snowball effect of poor health effects that made my person insane, until he finally couldn't. He got weaker and weaker. He couldn't take care of himself anymore, and he ended up dying. It happened over a series of days, though. It was really weird. It's the strangest sequence of events that led to a death in a video game for me ever. It was really interesting, especially once he started going insane. It was a really kind of freaky experience. He starts hearing voices, and he'll start seeing things. At least I think he was seeing things. Like, I came over here, and I came to this log bridge, and it was maybe about this time of day, and there was a huge naked dude just standing motionless at the other side of that log. And I don't know if it was real or not real, but I'm like, screw it. My health was mostly gone. I had no stamina. I was like, I wasn't going to confront anything. But I literally, that was a moment where, because there are natives, like cannibals, that will wander these areas, but I've never seen one wander on his own this close. Well, it turns out this fruit that we have, that I discovered by trial and error, which I since took one of the fruits and took its seeds and I planted it here. This will actually cure parasites. In fact, I just did it. I accidentally got parasites in this save just a few minutes ago. And something about the properties of that fruit, if you eat it, will kill your parasite. Now, again, maybe that's not realistic. If you get parasites in real life, it's not going to be as simple as eating a fruit. So, obviously, the game has to make some concessions. Can't be total realism, but, you know, some games, I feel like this, to me, this game makes a nice balance of adding some complexity to the things that can go wrong and the solutions for them, and the ways that things can go wrong. Don't strive at sanity. Yeah, it's the same sort of principle. I forget what triggers sanity mechanics in Don't Starve, because it's been many years since I played it. I played it when I was in early access. For a bit, I think that was a game that I played for a couple weeks. I was into, like, pretty hardcore, and then I had enough. I haven't been back. Oh, okay, leeches. There they are. The leeches will slowly drain your sanity. If I went to sleep with those leeches on, I might wake up in the morning somewhat, like, notably less sane. But the one that really got me is if you somehow you get a wound that gets worms inside of it, and then you look at your arm, and there's like just this big bulging sore that is kind of something inside. You can see it moving, and until you can figure out how to treat that, like I had that's what made my person insane. He had that. I did not know how to get rid of it, or I thought I needed a particular thing. It turns out what I needed, I already had. I just didn't realize it. So, because there's these thing called bone needles. That's where you have to find bones of creatures and then harvest them. And I thought you needed these, because it said you need a bone needle. But it turns out you just use a fish bone. And I got fish bones coming out of my ass. And so finally I decided to try, well, I wonder if I could just use a fish bone. And it fixed it. All right, Shane. You too, you have a good night. Or day, whatever it is for you. And, thanks for hanging out. I wonder if I can eat the maggot. I think I have some maggots now. We can get to the bottom of this mystery. I know the grubs that show up in the log sometimes. I can eat those. Nope, no grubs. They're not always there. You can use those as bait, though. You can also use maggots as bait. There. Yeah, so I got a little protein. Got a little -5 sanity. So nothing I can't shake off if I don't do a bunch of other shit that makes me lose sanity. But if I was starving and all I could find was a pile of rotten meat, first off, if I ate the meat, I'd probably lose sanity and I'd become ill. So eating the meat, when you become food poisoning, which is different than having a parasite. Food poisoning is something that you can find something to cure it, but otherwise you just gotta ride it out. And while it's active, anytime you try to eat, you will vomit and it will cause you to lose more nutrients. So if you're not doing well and all you have is rotten meat, you're better off just eating the maggots in the meat and not eating the meat itself, because I never tried eating rotten meat, but I'm assuming it would give you food poisoning. Having food poisoning, that will end up killing you if you don't have a way. If you're already hungry and all you have is something that's going to give you more food poisoning, you're going to die. You gain sanity by eating things that you enjoy. You'll gain a few points. Let me see. If I have water, do I get a little bit? No. Let me see. I could use a little, have some meat. I got +3 sanity for eating that meat. That means I enjoyed it. Let me get this meat off of here. I just realized this is my dryer. I've been doing a lot less roasting, a lot more drying. And now I can put the jaguar meat on here. When I'm out in the woods, I still gotta do fires, because building this thing is pretty resource intensive. And rattlesnake meat, yes. A lot of meat. So much meat. +3 sanity. +3. So eating stuff that I like, raise your sanity. Standing by a fire, standing by near a campfire will raise your sanity. Well, people do dry meat. I don't know if just taking raw meat and being like, I'm gonna stick it on this hook in the middle of a tropical jungle where it's raining all the time. Not 100% sure that would work in real life, but I'm also not super familiar in real life with how drying meat actually works. Like if you have to prep it somehow first, or like I know jerky gets heavily salted, but yeah, so that could be an example of something that, if you are knowledgeable on the topic, you may discover that the video game mechanic is not 100% accurate. See, if a form and food dehydrator is a sterile environment. Yeah, well, this is a game mechanic. So this is a meat dryer, and the whole purpose of it is if you build it, you hang your meat on it, and so like if you just are like, hey, I'm just throwing meat around on the ground, I'm just gonna let it dry out so I can have it preserved. It's like, no, it's just gonna rot. But you build this certain thing that lets you do a certain thing that you weren't able to do before. Which, you know, probably all factors told, not 100% realistic. But, well, that's the thing, is a good, it's real, realistic, just simplified. Like earlier I was talking about like when you're gonna make a fire, right? So let's see. I had to build a hand drill, use the hand drill. I have leaves that I let dry, and now I can use them as kindling. If you're too tired, you won't have enough stamina to build the fire. Now I have a lot of stamina, and I'm also good at it, so I do it a lot faster. So that's what it takes to build a fire. Now this fire, if you leave it alone, it'll eventually die. It'll become embers. I collect that stuff. So I've got a bunch of charcoal, and I've got campfire ash. Now the charcoal, you can keep adding back into the fire to give it a little more life. Charcoal you can actually also use in this kiln thing. So everything ends up kind of being useful. I was talking about earlier, one of the big things that happened too is I'm in a safe spot here right now. There's nothing, this is like a noob area. But if you are in areas where hostile tribes, like hostile natives are, and you light a campfire at night, it's gonna attract them. And in my game, the main game that I'm playing now, that's exactly what happened. I'd set up a little bit of a camp. Basically like the same setup you saw at the very beginning that I made. I set up one of these. I had one thing with a roof over it to provide shelter that I could build a fire under. And I lit the fire, and I was cooking some meats, and I was out gathering some extra wood. I'm like, I might as well like start gathering some, make a couple of these things, and this could be like a little outpost I can come back to. And then first thing in the morning, I'm gonna head off and keep following this road that I'm exploring. And so I'm off in the trees, looking for like sticks. It's kind of dark, so I drop down some stuff. I know there's a bunch of sticks, and I'm looking around, trying to find where all the sticks fell. And I hear all this like insane howling from the direction of my camp, and I see three naked dudes with like bone paint all over them, bone pattern paint all over them, running up to the camp. They are freaking out. They run up, they're kicking the shit out of it. One of them looks out and spots me hiding in the bushes, and then they all come at me, and they chase me like in no shit what would have been like a mile. Every time I turn around, and they're throwing hucking spears at me, and I'm getting hit as I'm running. And I swear it was one of the most intense experiences I've had in the game. Like it was crazy. And I knew there's like 3 or 4 of them. There's no way I'm going to stop and fight them. And then things like this, you have to build this over shelter because it rains a lot. So if I built this fire out here, let's see, while it's raining, I'll try building a fire. We'll see what happens. I don't think I've actually tried building a fire in the rain.
Bitch!
He's... Okay, he actually got the ember. Let's see how long this fire lasts. I'm guessing it's not going to last very long. I don't know. Based on what the arrow did to the... Oh, there it goes. It's out. So, yeah, I couldn't have gotten anything done at that time. So, but you can keep feeding your fire to keep it alive. You can also dump water on it to put it out. And that's when I get back into this game, if I cook something, I'm just going to have to put that damn fire out before the sun goes down, because I heard there were some natives in the area. In fact, I'm gonna see, there's a spot where they hang out over here. I'm gonna see if I can show you guys. And what you hear is they do this sort of chant singing thing that you can hear from a distance that gives you a heads up if they're in the area. There's a spot over here. Whoa, fuck! Where is he? There he is, you son of a bitch. Now if I I've been bitten plenty of times by these fuckers. And I think I've got stuff on me now that if it bit me, I'd be able to treat the poison. But if I didn't, that can mess you up bad. All right, you hear that? He sounds so cheerful, like he'd be a nice dude. I wonder if it's one guy or if it's a bunch of them. I haven't actually fought them. My policy so far has just been to try to steer clear of them. Is it just the one guy by himself? Yeah, he's one of those bastards. Let's see what happens if I go at him with a spear. All right, so turns out one by himself, maybe not so much of an issue. What's he got? A tribal spear? Oh, I got no room in my backpack. What happens if I harvest him? What the hell? What do I end up with? Oh, a bunch of arrows and a bunch of bones. And I'm totally weighed down now. Alright, well, that's my first time confronting one of those guys. Did I get all... Were those all the arrows that I shot at him? Oh, now I killed a tribal warrior.
Mia. I met a tribal warrior.
Your voice sounds strange. What happened?
I had to kill him.
He actually...
Oh
I hadn't
God,
established
are you
that.
okay?
It's not important right now. I killed a man.
Hey.
You understand? I've never hurt anyone before.
You don't know that.
What?
Was he hostile?
Yes?
I'm glad you're alive and talking to me.
All right. So yeah, the overarching story is that your wife / girlfriend, I'm not sure what she is. You're an anthropologist, and she's one of these people that make, like, I'm not sure what her specialty is, but she has been studying one of these lost, like, isolated tribes out in the Amazon, and it recently was discovered and it made news, and organizations have started to reach out. It's become exposed, so she's trying to make contact with it to, like, establish, like, a friendly relations. And so you go with her, but you can't go with her while she's trying to make contact and build a relationship with these tribes, because it would just be too much. So you sit back at the camp talking to her on the radio, and apparently all sorts of shit goes wrong. You go running after her, and then whatever happens to you, you don't remember. You just know you have flashes of you're being chased, you're falling, you're hurt, all this shit happens, and then you're just lost. You don't know where to. You wake up literally right by the water down there where I built that first camp, and that's it. But you still are able to occasionally speak with her on the radio, and she can give you don't know where she is or how to find her, and there's some suggestion that maybe she's dead and you're not really talking to her at all. But I don't know enough to know if that's for sure. They come in force once you kill one of their... I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't expect that to be a game mechanic. But it could be. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to load the game that I'm in. I might also need to take a break. I could use a snack. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. Yeah, she said a couple things during conversations that have made me doubt whether or not she's alive. All right. Well, I think it sucks, but I'm gonna have to use my water or my coconut to put this shit out. And how much do I have in terms of... Okay, I got 6 dry leaves. Was he hot? Well, I think the presumption is most of the experiences you have in this game with those people, you learn they're hostile. But it just so happened that I went back in time to a point at which, and that save at least, I had not experienced them at that point in that save being hostile. And they'd never seen me before, but my experience since then has shown me if they do see you, they will be immediately kill on sight hostile. And I think there's a couple of them up here. I just want to be sure. Don't leave much carrying room for yourself. Yeah, pretty packed up. Pretty loaded up. I was even thinking of making this spot like a place that I could build up. Oh, there is something over here. I'm not hearing their singing. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! I almost walked right onto that piece of shit. Oh, I hear him now. I'm not limping. I'm actually crouched right now. So I'm moving slowly because I'm crouched. So this is normal. This is running. But because I know I haven't gone over here before, I just know when I was gathering wood to put together my shelter, I started coming up this hill and I heard the natives singing. Probably wouldn't hurt to... Yeah, I could use some meat. That's 3 pounds right there. Usually when you come across them, they're just sitting in a random spot. I haven't actually seen them in a village. Okay, now I see multiples. I see at least 2. And I'm pretty close up on them. I'm not gonna mess with them. But it was these dudes saw my fire once the sun went down. Whoops. They saw my fire down here once the sun went down. Because they beelined. And I was like over, I think I was over here. Like looking for wood that I chopped down a tree and I was over here looking. And they were, and it was dark, but because they got the bones painted on themselves, they really stood out in the moonlight. And they went shooting over there. And then I was literally like right here. Like, oh shit, do they not know I'm here? And I'm watching them, and then they came at me. Start a fire right by their camp. I mean, you don't understand, like, for me, a game like this, I get totally immersed. And I mean, right now I'm streaming, so it's a little bit more like, hey, look, I'm showing you, oh yeah, try it out, blah, 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 blah. But there's a real sense of, like, you're out here on your own. And you're isolated. This is also where, when I was cooking meat, I think it was it in-game today in-game, or it might have been, because I know I slept one night here already. But when I first made this fire, I was cooking some meat, and it attracted a jaguar. At least I think that's why the jaguar came. Because I was sitting here, like, screwing around, and well, first I think I was over here, and then the jaguar came, but I put the fire between myself and the jaguar, and it got closer. But when I got a certain amount of closeness to the fire, it like freaked out and ran off. And I was like, oh, thank fuck. So I was over here, there's some crabs over here. I was trying to see if I could catch some crabs. I don't know what's up with these crabs. Haven't been able to hit them. Maybe I need to use traps to get them. Anyway, so I was over here, and then the damn thing came back, and I couldn't put the fire between me and it anymore. So I basically just, like, beelined it. I ran over here. And then I jumped, and it was on the other side of the river, but it was acting like it didn't want to go in the water. So it was standing right there on the thing, and that's when I was like, well, screw it. It looks like he's just going to be there for a minute. Why don't I try the bow and arrow trick? Start throwing pieces that are dead friend at them. Well, in this save, I have never killed one of the natives. So what you were just seeing was I've got 3 active saves. This one I just added for the new one, but this was what I consider my main save. And then I'll make a secondary save. This is like the last time I was at my actual base, and I save that in case like everything turns out to be a shit show, and I realize like, oh, there's something I should have done before I left. You say that's day 41. I'm at day 45 now. I create a secondary save, and this is where like the last landmark where I was at, where I knew I could get back to my base. I still knew the way back to my base from this location. You can only save at particular places. Like when you build that hut, that will allow you to save that little hut that I built. This was the drug manufacturing operation, and they have a calendar, and a calendar it's a gamey thing, but it's an in-game object that if you see one, it will allow you to save your progress at the calendar. So there's a calendar in this abandoned camp, and I saved at that camp because I knew I was going to push further into the jungle. And so I kept that as a separate save so that maybe I need to go back. You know, if things go way south, I realize, oh shit, I should never have come down on this road. I just wasn't ready for it yet, or something like that. Then I could still go back to that, have all the progress that I made up to that point, and then be able to go back to my base. I wonder if I can bow and arrow these guys. I don't know why these guys are so tough to hit. I'm pretty sure I speared them before. There. Maybe I just gotta be straight up. Oh, now what's happened? Now I can't move. That was weird. I can no longer move there for a second. Of course, I'm not gonna build my fire up now. Oh wait, hold on. My little magnifying. See that little magnifying glass icon down by my stats? That's what lets you know there's something you need to check out. And if you haven't been wounded, because if you're wounded and it gets infected, that will pop up too. But it's subtle enough that if you're not paying attention, you can miss it, which is, I think, is an interesting mechanic, because it's sort of like, yeah, if you had leeches, you might not notice, but your sanity might be slowly draining away. And then it's like, oh, no, wait, I gotta check, something's wrong. And then you look and you're like, oh shit, leeches. So you can see I actually lost a bit of sanity there. Somehow I got crabs. There's all these little woodland creatures over here. I'm gonna leave them alone. I should put these shells down though. I should probably also refill that one thing. These will fill up. I'll fill it up in case I need it in the meantime. I had the one coconut that I used to put out the fire. And it's empty now. So, now it's got dirty water in it. Coconut bra. Yeah, the co-op mode, I believe, it just came out recently. And they don't have dedicated servers, but I've heard it works pretty well. I'm not sure how it works, if it's like a story. I think you could do the story mode. I'm not sure exactly how that works in terms of quest progress. Yeah, I don't know all the mechanics of it, but I believe it is out. Because I've seen videos of people doing it. And I've heard people saying that the game can feel more manageable if you got someone watching your back. But I will say, for my own sense of immersion, that feeling of being trapped alone out here is like a central design of the atmosphere, and I found it extremely immersive to be in that situation. Where it's like, yeah, I'm out here on my own. I gotta figure all this shit out. Like if I get parasites, I don't know what to do about that. I gotta figure this shit out. So, I'm not sure what how the co-op would change that, you know. But I suppose if you're playing, it'd be different if you're playing with someone else for the first time and neither one of you know jack shit. That could be pretty cool. But I would see if it's like one person that knows their way in and out of everything and the other person doesn't. I don't know. It's a game that could be a lot of fun co-op though. I could see it being a fun game co-op. Yeah, there you go. You just pee on each other. Alright, I'm gonna... What was my game plan? There was a reason I was staying for another day. The nuts are spoiled. Should eat the one nut that's still good before it goes bad. Don't need those. Could use a little bit of water. Did these ever refill? They are. Okay. Hey, how are my bananas doing? They're still good. More meat. The maggots, I don't think I need to hold on to the maggot. And I have a few extra things from that camp, like the can of food. There's certain things that I want to just run, that I maybe should have run back to my main camp to drop off. There was I set up a little temporary, like a shelter, and dropped a couple things off there. near the drug runner camp, or the manufacturing camp, that I'm gonna need to pick up and bring the rest of the way home when I can. What you're hearing, those are not crabs. Those are actually some giant rat. I forget what they're called, but it's like a giant, like beaver rat thing. It seems to be stuck in here. Yeah. They're stuck in something over there, so. Now I freaked them out and they can't. They're stuck and they can't move. Multicolor lights. Is that a thing, Nick? I mean, I can probably kill one, and when I pick up its corpse, it'll tell me what it is. Yeah, capybara. Oh, now I can barely fucking move. He's got a lot of meat, though. Shit. I don't want to build too much here, though, because it's so close to that camp. I'm just afraid they're going to wreck everything. Holy shit. Alright. That was a lot. That thing was packed with a bunch of shit. Alright, let's get rid of that. I'm gonna have to make some decisions. I didn't realize he was gonna have that much meat. And just generally that much crap. Look at all these bones. Let's see what happens if I whittle these down to bone needles. Oh, no. Is it the bones that are weighing me down? Harvest. Maybe I should make a dryer out here. They didn't look that huge, but holy, this, I'm guessing this meat is about 10 pounds of meat. All right, well, I'm gonna, this is totally unsanitary, but I'm just gonna drop this shit on the ground, because I can't even move with that shit on. Let's see, maybe I can, I've got the rare ingredient for those dryers is those bone needles, and I've got plenty of those, so maybe I will just make a dryer out here. Do I have any? I should have probably thought to do this during the day, but I need wood now. Oh, they're like dog-sized. Okay. Okay, I hear them. Yip. I hear them out there. I don't know what they're doing. This is also why I don't want to get too complacent out here. Because what if they just walk along the riverbank anyways, as part of their little routine? Time is it? 2300? And now my guy's dirty. In fact, I'm gonna rinse off right now, just in case I forget. Just wash myself in the dirty water. No problem. Close your eyes and think of Mia. They have a little conversation on the radio at one point where she was like, oh, I think it was like a very bright moony night, and a dialogue option popped up to talk to her, and you're talking about how, oh yeah, look, it's such a beautiful night. Too bad we're not together. And she's like, well, what would you do if we were together? And one of the options is like to say, I would give you a hug because I miss you so much. And another option was like, well, you know. And she makes it really awkward. That's the one I chose. She was like, what? What exactly? What do you mean? What do I know? What would you do? All right. If I harvest these? Oh, plank. That's what the special thing that pops out is. Planks are really hard to pick up because they take up a lot of inventory space. It's a weird thing. I still feel like in some ways they need to work some shit out. Because you basically have to clear out half your inventory to even pick up a plank because it has to fit in your backpack. It'd be easier if you could just pick it up like this thing. Really? Just one big stick for all that? I gotta find some more. I keep hitting trees that are more log size than long stick size. But I should bring the log over too. Here, in fact, I should probably just, it's late enough in the game that I should, yeah. I should probably go to sleep and just hope those assholes don't come exploring over here. Go back to saving. $8:51. We're gonna wait till stamina's filled. Sometimes the amount of sleep you get, you need all of it to get your stamina back up, but usually I think it gives you by default like just 8 hours or so. A certain amount of time that if you leave it alone, it'll just let you sleep during that time. You don't always need that much time to get back up to full. I think the main thing is you want to make sure it's longer than 4 hours, or else you might start having sleep problems. I need some thin trees. Okay, here's one. Three chops. Now that's where I'll be really pissed off if I come back here later and the tribesmen have discovered it while I've gone and just wrecked it. Because when they found this place, they destroyed it. I feel like I'm needing to go pretty far afield. I can gather a few of these things. All right. And most of these smaller sticks I don't need right now. Should be one more big one around here somewhere. There it is. Oh, I guess I can't carry anymore. Uh-oh, I think I got leeches. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I got turned around. Like I wasn't sure where I was. All right, let's I actually think I want to build something for a stick holder. I'm getting probably way too settled. Oh, I should get rid of the damn leeches. All right, just that one. We're gonna do one for small sticks. One for regular sticks. And one for long sticks. And one for logs. Okay. See, I'm gonna fill in. You put up to 50 on there, and there's somebody you can't pick up because you get filled up. Where's all the sticks? I'm gonna have to remember where my secret stash of sticks were. I know there were a bunch over here. But those are too big. Those are the bigger sticks. But what I need is the big stick. But not the log. Here's it. Here. Another. Oh. There's all sorts of small sticks over here, though. I should pick those up, too. Where's the itty-bitty sticks? There's some. All right. Yeah, that's what these sticks you can break down into smaller sticks, but I know the large sticks I don't like breaking down because the medium and small sticks, they are everywhere. I mean, you have moments like that where in the moment it can be a little tricky to find them, but they fall out of the trees without, I mean, they just randomly fall everywhere. But these big sticks, you can only find them by cutting down the thinner tree, and they don't just randomly appear. Oh, I need rope too. Oh wait, did I wanted to I need rope. Okay. I forgot my objective was initially just to build the damn dryer. so that I could have some meats here waiting for me. It's these thick trees with the vines, with the ivy and the vines. They're the ones with the rope on it. How are we doing on? Oh, everything's starting to run a little low. Gonna need to find some fats soon as well. I think that I've seen some nut trees around, nut bushes. These are nut trees. But I'm not finding no nuts. What else is a good source of... Oh, these things have nuts. Brazil nuts. They can also be used for other things too, so... Let me see. Eat. And they provide a lot of fats. There we go, just that one nut took care of it. Apparently they're chock full of fat though, Brad. So in normal civilized society, something that you don't enjoy that's full of fat, maybe steer clear from. I should have enough ropes now. If I could find my way back, and I've kind of turned around, but I think just going downhill should get me back to that river. Hopefully I didn't wander far enough that I'm gonna stumble right into their damn camp. Oh, I know where we are now. No, there's no way to distill my own liquor. Oh, mice. You can just kill a bunch of mice and eat those too. I don't know if we roast their meat up, if that ends up being a good thing or a bad thing. 2 more small sticks. Hey, I've got some small sticks. This is where now I can... Oh, more rope. Now I need more rope. Oh, I should probably eat that banana and drink this stuff up. All right, everything's back up to 100%. A log here. So yeah, you can sort of see how this whole scenario has unfolded, where literally I've just been traveling along this road, but I came to a point where I was out of meat, and I needed, in order to safely prepare some meat, I needed to build up a little bit of infrastructure, and then one thing led to another, and this is more than I was necessarily planning on building, because, again, I'm real close to them, and if they get a clue that I'm here, they could wreck all this shit. Yeah, it all kind of adds up, but it was just like, now that I'm here and I'm doing it, there's just a few things where it's like, well, it would be really nice, because I'm really far from everything, but I'm right near this road that is probably going to be something I'll be passing. Now, what I really need to do is find a decent spot once I have more of a layout of where, like, places I'm going to need to be coming and going, and create maybe a little more of an advanced outpost than this. One that I'm not afraid is going to get demolished. Alright, I need more rope. Can I climb this? No. There's some, I haven't built these yet. There's some traps you can lay out. Spike trap. I don't know if this is something you can, well, let's see, how big is it? So you probably lay a bunch of these out. You could just generally build like a bunch, you could build a bunch of walls. I mean, these, well, you have to build frames first. I don't think you can just build walls. The walls have to go on frames. So like defensive walls and that sort of thing, I don't think that's in the game. All right. Getting pretty far afield. Find these damn ropes. Now, see, I see a spot like this, and I'm like, oh, this could be a good place to build. But when I see a big bare patch like this, this seems like one of those spots where they will rotate. They travel around, and two or three of them, one or two or three of them, will, like, set up for a day and just chill out in a place and spend the night there, singing and doing their weird, whatever it is they're doing. And you don't want to, so if you see something like that, you're like, oh, this looks like it'd be a great place for a camp. But chances are, this is one of their special spots. So you definitely, if it looks a little bit too convenient, you don't want to build there, because they're probably gonna show up because it's one of their special spots. They'll probably wreck your shit. Hey there, Mr. Armadillo. Yeah, vines. Now, see, in other games, there'd be a whole process. A lot of other crafting games, they'd make a whole, oh, you gotta process, you gotta get, like, the wood pulp, and then you gotta do this, and you gotta go through this whole thing, and then you can make a rope. After, like, 8 different production steps, you're finally ready to make your rope. I don't want to test the effectiveness by jump. I just saw that, Brad. I'm sure I could hurt myself with my own traps. Alright. Let me sluggishly move my ass over here and hang up. Oh. Actually, I should probably... That other one's still in this bush? Oh, it's over there now. Thinking while it's still... What time is it? Oh, it's still daylight. Could cook some stuff up.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, that was the thing about my time at Porsche, that I liked it, but it really started feeling super grindy to me. And both times I got really into it, I had that same kind of experience. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna grab one of these down. Stick it on the fire instead. Oh, speaking of feet feel wonderful. Something is triggering the magnifying glass, which is probably leeches. There they are. There, you little rascals. Yep. He's still gonna be a little bit. Oh, that crab's almost done. Now, one piece of meat probably would be worth just taking with me. And then the rest I can leave on that dryer. Because it'll take them a day or two to dry. And then they have another 5 or so days of life once they finish being dry before they go bad. So, all told, whatever meat I put up there, probably gonna be good for about a week. Just want to get all the long sticks together. Were there any smaller sticks that I can pick up yet? Alright, that's all I needed for that. It's too bad you can't take smaller sticks and magic them into larger sticks. Oh, you're 7 hours in, you haven't completed the bridge. I mean, the thing that's cool about the game is there is sort of a lot to do. It's a little bit like Stardew Valley. So if you start getting burned out on doing one thing, you can just decide, I'm gonna go work on my relationships, or I'm gonna kill animals today. There's different things you can end up doing. And I got a lot farther past that, guys. Nope. I feel like I have to go too far right now for those long sticks. Oh shit, I think I need time to put the damn fire out. Wait, this is the dirty water. Okay, go, put it out. Not falling for that shit again. Here. Yeah, it's got such a chill atmosphere. I mean, I think that's one of the things I really like about it. Like, it just got a very kind of positive, it's a bright, cheerful, positive game. I know it's the kind of game I go to, like, if I'm feeling stressed and I need something that's, you know, just feels nice. I think what we're gonna do is, once we got this all set up, Let's see if I can find that rodent thing and kill it with arrows. There he is. Nope, it's a different one. How am I doing on arrows anyways? Got 8. All right. Just one well-placed arrow is all it took. That man, the bow and arrow in this game's really effective. Like, I would have think throwing at an obsidian spear would be an impressive move. All right, come on. Let's start processing. I got enough stuff. I might even consider... Now, see, this is where it just snowballs. Like, none of this... Oops. None of this stuff is required for me to progress, but now I'm thinking, I've got so much shit here assembled that could be useful. Maybe I should build a chest, which requires me making... If I want to build a chest, I need to make mud bricks. To make mud bricks, I have to make a mud brick mold. And it's like, oh man, do I want to take it that far? I probably don't want to take it that far. Okay, so this thing's filled up. Forget, there was not still a meat down there. I'm not turning any lights on right now to find out. I'm out of ropes again. That one native 8 more arrows than Boromir? Yeah, I did put quite a few into him. The only reason it worked is because it kept making him stagger back. I gotta remember to wash my hands too. I'm a little dirty. How we doing? Lost my train of thought. I don't think I'm gonna make a... Oh, numbers on that. That's nice. Do I have water? Getting shot with arrows is frequently fatal. I'm just used to arrows, especially when something seems badass, that 1 or 2 arrows isn't going to do the job. Like in Skyrim, if a like a lion type thing start coming at you and you got your bow and arrow and you just started using it for the first time, although I've done some pretty good, I don't know, I just feel like in a lot of games a big powerful predator, something like that, just gonna make it a little bit irritated. That's the fear anyways. Here, I'm gonna put the stick there. 8:45 in game. Night is still young. So I need rope. Now these trees are log-sized trees with the ivy. When you knock them down, just part of what they drop is ropes. But they don't regenerate, is the thing. So here it is. So I usually don't, I won't knock them down just for ropes, unless I need the other stuff that's on them. Because the bigger trees that grow the rope vines, the vines will regrow. So it is a renewable resource. I'm using a 120-pound draw bow against a breastplate. Breastplate shattered arrows and only sustained dents. It was entertaining to watch the arrows explode. Oh, my one long stick. Now can I finish this off? Get my last rope here. All right, I think I built it too close. Let's see, where's that last rope? Built it a little too close so that I couldn't, when I tried to access that build point, it was blocked by the interaction point from the other thing that I'd already built. It's gonna be for logs. Get those long sticks. There we go. Now we can start piling some logs. I think I have some more logs over here. Made that long stick holder and then dumped your sticks on the ground. It's true, but I was in the middle of a construction project, so it wasn't time to put my toys away. That reminds me, that little herb I saw back there, there's the plant to make bandages from. I'm actually running low on regular bandages. I have one regular bandage and a tobacco dressing. Tobacco dressing is what you use to treat venom wounds. So next time I've got enough and I have one backup. So that's 2 snake bites I can deal with if I accidentally step on one. I'll certainly lobby the developers to make that a thing, Brad. Crab shell bandages, they just make sense. I know they make sense. And what time is it in game? It's almost midnight. Yep. Probably do a little save. It would go nicely with my coconut bra. Yeah, it's true. Alright, how we doing? We got water. We could probably use a little meat. If that thing's gonna last another day or so. I think this is too much meat. Too much meat for me to eat right now. It's more than I need. I gotta wait till I'm a little more hungry for protein. Hunger for protein! And the last thing... Eat a canned cod piece so you can say you had Prince Albert in a can! Yes. It's all worth it just for that. Oh, wait, what is, what am I doing? I think I'm ready to go. I want to let these fill up. All right, so now I've got my 2 coconuts full of water. All right, water's full. I need some carbs. But And I saw some bananas over here. I believe I saw... Yeah, here we go. Gonna eat a couple of these right off the bat. And let's see where we're at. That's full. I'm gonna grab a couple for the road. Oh, that was it. Is there another? I think I saw a few banana trees over here. Here we go. This one's covered up, but it's here. I'm just gonna grab a couple. Ah, my bags are so full. I probably don't need this many bone needles. Let me see. There's a reorganize button. Nut. Alright, now this'll work. Kind of psycho eats green bananas? Aren't there certain types of bananas that never not... They just stay green? Like that's just what they are? Is it like plantains? Or something... There are bananas where they're just green. I believe. Like other bananas that we have in stores are so different than the bananas that just grow in the wild. I gotta give that place a wide berth. Back, let's just find our way back. Oh! Son of a bitch. Oh, it scared me so much. That's a crunchy banana. All right, that was terrifying. We seem to have lost the road though. So now I need to backtrack to my camp. Then I know how to find the road from my camp. Oh, here's the road. Okay. Is this... Oh. Sticks 4. Nope, I got leeches again. There. Yeah, and you can break down these bananas and take their seeds. That's how I actually for a while had a banana tree at my base, my main base, but then I decided that there were enough banana trees in that vicinity that I did not need one taking up space in my base. You know what? What time is it? Daylight's wasting. I should probably save again now that I'm definitively ready to leave. All right, base, you served me well. Don't get destroyed. Don't get destroyed while I'm away. All right. Back on the road. Okay, it makes a right. Do I have any indication? Extra stuff gets put on this map as you locate spots. The last thing I found is that's that drug camp. So I've been following the road I have actually no idea where I am right now on this map. That. Oh, it's a stone. I thought it was some sort of an animal. We're still only plantains. Like all bananas are plantains, but not by. I thought. No, I don't. I could be wrong, but I thought plantains were just a particular breed of banana. And that there are still, if you go out into like the jungles and shit, that there are still bananas that have never been like bred by people selecting traits for it. I'm getting some frame. All right, I'm getting some major frame issues. So what I've noticed in this game is sometimes the frames get a little bit crazy. So since I just saved, I'm actually going to hop back out. And give it a second. And I'm pretty sure the bananas that we get, Nick, and the store are not plantains. I could be, again, I could be wrong. I'm not a banana expert, but I thought plantains were a very specific type of banana that's bred, but it's not the kind that like Chiquita bananas are. It's a different type of banana. I could be getting it confused with something else though. Let's head this off at the pass. Get that V-Sync on, because that bugs the shit out of me when I get in there and there's no V-Sync. Mouse and keyboard. Well, I've had some banana. Speaking of which, I think we got groceries delivered. We're supposed to have groceries delivered tonight, and then probably have. I didn't hear anything, but we were expecting it probably like while I was streaming. So my wife might have them. Let's see, we'll go back to day 47. Y'all came here. Hey everyone, it's me Ryan, the gaming banana expert. Thank you for joining me this evening. And just so you know, I do this channel for recreational purposes only. If you have serious questions about bananas, I think you need to consult with your regular banana expert. I'm sorry, Maxie. I can't. I have ethical responsibilities to not just give my banana lore to everybody. So I gotta play dumb sometimes, you know? Hey, James, how long you been here? The master lurker. Wait, speaking of which, where's Madros? I haven't seen Madros. Well, it's probably, we probably saw him last week, but Madros? We got James Baker, one of the major lurkers. Whole time. And you just surfaced because bananas got brought up, and you're like, hey, I have bananas. Yeah, okay. Where's that? Gotta grab those nuts. Gotta grab those nuts when you find them. Alright, now what the hell's happening? Oh, I totally went by the road. Okay, here it is. I guess I was sort of going down the road, but I was about to just wander off. Just wander the hell off. Whoa! You're engrossed in writing. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, definitely if you're concentrating on something. What are you writing, man? Is it academic? You writing a novel? Writing a term paper? You writing a letter to your ex-girlfriend asking what went wrong? Or boyfriend? I don't know. Ah, here we go. Well, this road's getting a little hard to follow right now. I also gotta watch out for flipping snakes. A lot of overgrowth. What's going on over there? I should also be keeping an eye out for those plants that I use to make bandages, because I'm running low. They're a little... How's that? They're little yellow flower. Oh! Here they are. Okay, first off, I think it's time to get rid of some of these. Sorry. In no world do I need this many bone needles. All right. Make some bandages. Oh, you finished grad school last year. You're writing a fantasy novel now. Nice. That was always one of my things that I was sure I was gonna do when I was like in high school, is I was going to write a fantasy novel. That was gonna be like, that was my game plan. Like, my life plan was, I'm gonna look for like work, because I understand if you write novels, you're not necessarily gonna come out the gates successful. Hey! But then I was gonna write. I want to write fantasy novels. It's still percolating in the back of my mind. Alright, so where did the road go? The road looks like it was going... Not seeing any signs of it right now is the problem. I want to write since... Well, I've been wanting to... I wanted to write since I was little. My grandma was a creative person who was... She did all sorts of stuff, but the big thing she always emphasized that she tried to encourage me to was to write, think of stories. And when I was growing up, she had a character that she made called Mickey Elf. Apparently, at some point in her life, she was even like she was close to maybe getting it done as a radio show. But so she wrote these stories about Mickey Elf, and it was just like, oh, he lived in the Enchanted Glade. And there was the grumpy snapping turtle that lived down by the lake, and the Mickey Elf's big thing is he didn't know what people were. He thought like the idea of humans was like this big mysterious crazy thing that he was super curious about. Everyone was warning him, like, don't, just leave it alone, Mickey. Anyway, so I had Mickey Elf, like, she would record herself reading these Mickey Elf stories, and so I would go to bed listening to these tapes of the adventures of Mickey Elf. And she would read them, she would record them just for me, so at the end, like, when at the end of the story, she'd be like, you know, so what do you think? What do you think? And she'd address me by name. She's like, what do you think, Ryan? What do you think Mickey might do next? And why don't you use your imagination and play what if and decide what will happen if he goes to the house, or what will happen if he tries to talk to this person. She was all into like this whole playing what if, and so that got me started really young, trying to think of stories, and she made it sound so cool that you could have, those are some big ones, that anything you could think of, you could make the story do anything you wanted. Well, that's the thing too, where D&D scratches the same itch. At a certain point, I did put some effort into writing over the years, and at a certain point, I think I just felt like, you know what, I think there are people that, I mean, the craft takes effort, but there are people that they put in the effort, but they also have this really raw talent. I have some raw talent, but at a certain point I felt like, oh, it's not coming to me the way that I would hope it would. I wasn't coming together. Okay, this is something. What's going on over? That sounds like a man pretending to be... That was a... Whoa! I don't know what he's doing. Where's he going? Then part of the music of that sequence sound like a rattlesnake too. Scared the piss out of me. All right. That's a man. It's like, of course it's a man. And I'm like, wait, I'm not being fooled. That's no bird. It's a man.
You're not gonna believe what I just found.
A city made of gold.
What? No, it's a Jeep. Well, it's not running anymore, but, you know, there's some useful stuff in it.
So it's good news, right?
I think so. There's one thing that bothers me, though. I found something that looks like a listening device connected to the walkie-talkie. Crazy, right?
That's not good. Do you think someone might be listening to us?
I don't know. This isn't the first strange thing I found in the jungle, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
Looks like McAsselson is not coming back. This is where Newman died in Jurassic Park. Hey, look! Junk food.
This might come in handy.
Fuel?
If there's a Jeep here.
Oh, that's
who knows
just
what else I can find.
hanging out on the side. Candy bar? Oh, I'm so overloaded right now. But here's stuff I definitely can't craft. Alright, what do I need to get rid of? I'm just slightly overweight. Do I need to eat anything right now? No. I probably don't need... No, those don't barely weigh anything. What can I get rid of? I probably don't need the Brazil nut shell. That wasn't barely weighing anything either. Fish. Yeah, I do want that. Probably don't need the rattlesnake meat. Alright, that brought us down a little bit. Alright, anything else? Crap, is it already getting dark? It's 4:30 in the afternoon in game. So the question is do I keep pushing forward? That's one thing that you can't mod this game. One of the first things I did was like, can I slow down the time scale? Because days seem to go by too fast, but... I'm super debating whether I should go back. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to my camp. A little camp that I made, because I don't think I've actually come that far. It's just I've been super slow about it because I've been worried about snakes. But, oh shit, well snakes can come back while I'm sleeping though, can't they? Fuck. Yeah, leaves and shells. Yeah, totally, it's like... The stuff that's important to keep. Not the same in other games. It's like, because I know that shell can be useful for some stuff. Like, oh, fuck. Like, I think I need it to, if I want to build, like, a fishing lure or something, I need it. Alright, now I'm just getting flat out lost. I've had it with these monkey fighting snakes in this Monday to Friday jungle. I wonder if anteaters are good eating. Alright, I spent a disproportionate amount of time in this game not knowing where the road is. I'm just like, I'm just gonna... Oh, I think it's over here. I'm just gonna pop back to my camp real quick. And then I'm coming back and I'm like, where the hell did the road go? That's right. I'm not gonna kill you guys now because your meat is so flippin' heavy. Wait, where'd the road go? Alright. Here it is. Oh, I got leeches. Oh. There they are. Right? The first place where I look. I could use some sanity management too, to be honest. Yeah. They are good at eating ants. Alright, there's the road. Alright, I fish. Okay, here it is. What was that? Got one tobacco leaf. I think this is tobacco. Oh, it's unknown flower. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. No space in backpack. Alright. I thought it was tobacco, so apparently not. Alright, now I do recognize where this log goes across these. The stone right here is right by my camp. The masturbatorium saves us again. It's one of those fruit. I don't think this was here before. This is one of those fruit trees. Maybe they do come and go. That definitely wasn't there when I first set up camp. I don't think. Alright, I don't need the leaves. What? I've gotten so much shit. I seriously am thinking about like building a. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. If I do all the infrastructure to build a chest, a storage chest here, and those assholes that are 50 yards away find this and wreck everything, I'm going to be very upset. So I should stop investing in infrastructure at this camp. Alright. I think I need to take a break. I need to eat something. And I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to assess where I need to, if I still want to keep playing or not. So, because I'm also starting to get tired. In fact, you know what? It's already 10:30. I should just call it a night. I shouldn't string you guys along, because chances are, if once I eat something, I'm just going to want to go to sleep at this point, because it's about that time where my body's used to going to sleep anyways. So, why make it hard on you guys? Make you wait 10 minutes and then me come back and tell you I'm leaving. That's not cool. Hey, my camera's not working. Can I turn my camera back on? Now that I'm not playing the game anymore? Then you can see in HD how tired I am. There we go. Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what those symbols are. And hello, Whittle Creeps. That log was where Arnold fought the Predator? Been a while. Would he fight the Predator by a log like that? You're gonna miss me. Oh, I'm sorry, James. This is about the time I usually quit streaming. The only difference is I don't have to work tomorrow. But on the flip side, my sleep's been a little bit wonky and it wouldn't hurt me to get to bed at a regular hour. Last night, I was up playing this game till about 2 in the morning, and I still woke up at around 6:30. Bam, like that. And my body's just like 6:37. It's like, hey, it's time to get up. It's time to get up. And so now, that's why I took a short nap before my stream, just to try to give me a little boost, because I was feeling pretty sluggish, because I barely slept last night. But now I'm like, I'm feeling tired. I'm feeling I need to go with it, because I only got about 4 hours of sleep last night. And there's no reason for me to do it. It's not like life is so hectic that I should be missing sleep. there's no reason for me to be missing sleep. It's not good for me either, especially like I got health stuff I'm trying to manage. It's not doing 4 hours of sleep a night for no reason is no good. 24-hour stream. No, I doubt I could even survive that. Do a day stream. I tend to avoid, like, I thought about doing this stream earlier today too, to be honest, but I just got caught up doing other stuff. Usually I don't do day streams because I'm working. Arnold sets on a log with spikes. I need to see that movie again because I don't think I've watched the original Predator since, was it 1986, 87 when it came out? And here's the thing, is I might appreciate it more now, but for some reason when it came out, it just fell in my mind, it fell into the category of generic action movie, and it didn't stick. I was a little bored, and it just could have been like, it was just, I wasn't like mature enough to appreciate it. I would have rather been watching Transformers the movie. So some movies are like that. Like we just watched Jaws, great 4th of July movie. And I remember when I was a kid, I watched Jaws, and because it was so good, oh, we're doing it, Jaws, a shark. I remember thinking, this is the most boring piece of shit, like just a bunch of grown-ups talking. And then like, oh yeah, there's some Jaws at the end. And but I've watched it a couple times in the last couple of years and just been like, wow, this is a really good movie. Speaking of which, Nick, I got Jaws the board game. That's one of the things that inspired us to play Jaws. And have you heard of that? It came out last year. It's one of those hidden movement games where one person plays Jaws and up to 4 other people, or up to 3 other people, play the people from the movie, the hunting down Jaws. And it's actually really, it's not super complex. It's a pretty lightweight game for what, you know, what it is, but the reason I got looking for it is because one of the games I'm the most obsessed with wanting to play is that one called is it the Curse of Dracula or the Shadow? It's one where you play Dracula going across Europe while the vampire hunters are looking for you. And I love that formula, and we bought it like last year, and I got to play it once. And the game is admittedly a longer game. It's like maybe a 3-hour game, 3 to 4 hour game. It can be. And it took so long that my wife has basically just never wanted to play it again. Anytime I'm like, hey, we play Dracula? She's like, no. But I totally loved that playstyle, because it wasn't like all the other resource building games that, like, so many of the games they come out with, they seem like variations on the same sets of themes, which they're fun. But then there's different categories, like Pandemic, the cooperative. I kind of like that category because it's different. Jaws would never be near Jaws. It was $20.99. It was a pretty. In fact, hold on, I have my cam on. I can show it to you. So yeah, it's Jaws. So I actually looked to see if this game was on Tabletop Simulator after I learned it, because this would definitely work. It's simple enough that it would definitely work. So it's got 2 parts. So you play, the first part is Amity Island, and so Jaws, each turn you can move up to 3 or eat swimmers, and they draw cards each turn at the beginning of the cycle that will say like which beach, how many swimmers get assigned. And so you do your turn, and they can throw things in the water that if you pass through that square, they'll detect you. And basically, at the end of your turn, you have to tell them if you went through a place with any of those sensors, or if you ate people at a beach, and like which one. And then they have to work from there to try to figure out like, oh, well, where could he be now? He's got to be close by to that. But then you have special abilities, like one-shot abilities that you can use. Like one lets you move like super far one time, one makes you do all this other stuff. So yeah, and then when they finally find you, depending on how many swimmers you've eaten by the time they find you, you have a confrontation. But if you eat a bunch of swimmers, you get there's this ability deck for you go to the final confrontation where you lay out cards. They have like the pieces of the ship that you put together, and as he's attacking, it can get, you flip it over if it gets damaged, and then or it's finally gone. And so they're running around on this ship, and you're popping up trying to like bite the ship and knock them out and bite them. And yeah, depending on that first phase, how many swimmers you got by the time you're caught, or if you get, I think if you eat 9 swimmers, then that's the max, and then it goes to the confrontation. But you get much more ability cards, special ability cards, and they get less. So you might have like 10 ability cards and they get 3. But if they caught you before you killed anybody, then they'd get 10 ability cards and you'd only get 3. And it's like, it meets sort of in the middle depending on how many you get. So yeah, it's we played one game of it and we had a lot of fun with it. And the whole purpose of it was I wanted to I like that hidden movement formula of Dracula, and I wanted to see if there were any more lightweight variations of it, because my wife would never, in the last year we tried it once and she's never been open to the idea of playing it again. But so I found that and I was like, oh, this is lightweight enough that it's not going to be hard to learn, and it moves pretty quick. Like, you're not going to spend, because in the Curse of Dracula there's a whole map of, well, now I can show you that too. I should probably. As long as I'm doing show and tell. Yeah. So this is a little bit bigger. It's Fury of Dracula. And this game board just keeps unfolding. Can't even see. Can I move back far enough so you can see the whole? So, but you can definitely see this is all of Europe. Here. We'll do a scroll. So yeah, so it's all of Europe, and you don't know where he is. And you got 4 people hunting him down, but you're going all over the place, and it can be really hard to find him. And then he has a lot more different abilities that can like help him get away. And when you find him, you have combats, and he can escape, and and he can kill you, and it's actually really cool. But it's the kind of game where the hunt can take a while, and Dracula can be slippery when you actually do catch him. There are a lot of ways he can still get away. Yeah, it's funny. It is, and there's like 80 different cities on there where he could be. And what it is, every turn you lay down a location card that's evidence of that they can't see it, but you're keeping this in front of you at all times face down. That keeps a sequence of where you've been. And so the last 6 places where you've been, if they go into a city and use a turn to search to see if you've been there, and if it's one of those 6 cards, you've got to show it to them. And so they know you've been there within your last 6 turns. And so they're going to start, looking around that area to see if they can find your trail. Like, which way did you go? So on. But there's different ways you can escape, and there's different abilities you can use sometimes to jump further. But for Food Weir, have you played that? Are you familiar with it? Yeah. So the thing is I love the concept of this game, and it's also like, it's just cool. Like, so it's got these. So Dracula has his own little miniature version of the map, so that you can look over everything without having to, without them seeing what you're looking at. Like, because if you're looking at this side of the map for your whole turn, then they're gonna, and the map's like all the way, and you're like looking right there. They're gonna know, like, oh, he's paying a lot of his eyeballs are paying a lot of attention to Spain. Oh yeah, this is the 4th edition. It was in the late 80s when it first came out. I didn't realize that's that far back, but yeah, this is cool. And it's got like all these little, like these painted figurines, little Dracula. I can't get a good zoom on it, but yeah, it's like really these cool little, all the different hunters, each one has its own, special, it's got their weapon and different, yeah, it's pretty cool. So Food Weir, have you played this game? Quite, like, have you had much experience with it? Because I only played it once, and I think part of the reason it took a long time is because we were still learning it. But I mean, the instructions aren't that thick. But yeah, it's just the way the game mechanics are, though, is there's lots of things that can draw it out. Yeah. No, I think my biggest one was I got that Lord of the Rings, The War for the Ring. And that thing comes with like I don't know, something like 100 or more different minis, like orcs and elves and all this other stuff. Now they're not painted. I think you could pay more and get a painted like version of it. Actually, I'm not sure for that because they need to be their special colors too. And that one is like twice as big. It's like twice the size of Dracula's map, where you unfold it and then it's like, oh, here's the other half of it. You unfold 2 and you put them. It'll, like, most gaming tables probably aren't even big enough to fit the map, and if so, not anything else. Oh, the newer one you seal because it's collector's item. I wonder how much different it is. I mean, no, obviously each edition is going to be a little different, but if it's just based on the same original game, I'd imagine a certain core experiences, unless at a certain point they reinvented it. But like, I know this is, I think this is 4th, because at the point I got it, they were treating 3rd and 4th as functionally the same. And I think this is the 4th edition. Anyways, so it just makes me sad though, because I got this game and the theme's super excited, everything about it, I really like it. That whole mechanic of you running around being Dracula. You have all these superpowers. If you get confronted, you know, you're super strong, but when they gang up on you, they can kick the shit out of you. It's just really cool. But the one time we played it, my wife swears the game took 9 hours. I'm like, no, it didn't take 9 hours. But yeah, she was every time I bring it up, she's like, no, that game takes too long. You forget how to play the first one. Yeah, I think mine is I think it is fourth. Pretty sure mine is the fourth one. And Fruiterweir, you know just about a little bit about everything, don't you? I was not expecting you to know that game, but yeah. Or I wasn't necessarily expecting anyone but Nick, because Nick is he's more of a tabletop. He knows a lot more about tabletop than I do. Hold on, I'll bring the box out for War of the Ring just so you can see it. That's the one game that it took me a whole day to learn how to play it and set it up. And then the next day my wife and I sat down to play it, and it was too hard and it was too bleak for her. She wanted, oh, I get to play hobbits. It's like, yeah, you get to play the Fellowship and you're technically Frodo. And it's also got a hidden move. There's a war like going on, but there's also a hidden movement game where Frodo's trying to get to Mordor, and he can, in order to survive, if he gets found, he can like shed members of the Fellowship, or Fellowship members can leave and become like special powered icons that move around the map to help with battles and different things like that. So it's actually really cool. It's a really interesting adaptation of the Lord of the Rings. It really feels like Lord of the Rings when you play it, and the decisions you make feel like, you know, if you were really, you know, managing everything that was going on back then. You keep yours sealed, but you get a lot of games. Well, I guess, yeah, for collector's stuff, there are plenty of games that fit into that. Hold on a sec. I'm actually have to zoom out a little bit for this. Yeah, for those who asked, is this the shirt that I never gave to Brad? I did see that comment, but I lost it. So I was in the middle of saying something. Yeah, this is the original and only, to my knowledge, confirmed gaming lawyer shirt in existence. There's some evidence that there was a gaming lawyer tank top with this logo being sent to Brad, but it never arrived. So here's War of the Ring. It's pretty beefy. So you see, I put the other ones away. I was gonna say by comparison, but so just the instruction book for this game is 47 pages long, and it's pretty densely packed. And then this is the game board. I'll just open up one half of it. So you can see there's Mordor down here, and Gondor and Rohan. Mirkwood, Lonely Mountain, and then the other half of the map is a whole other board. Because there's two halves. And then here, this is the forces of evil, the forces of good. There's more evil than good. And forget what the gray ones are. Anyways, yeah, so there's just a ton of stuff going on. It's a heavy, heavy box. Sorry, Boromir, but you get to save Frodo. Yeah. Well, I think it's something like, because they're hunting you, and if the Nazguls find you, they can roll a die to attack Frodo, and if it hits, then you can save Frodo by spending one of the Fellowship members. And then, or you can split them off earlier, and they can give special powers to friendly, like, combat units, or do different things. And the bad guys have their own special units that they can launch, and they also have the Nazguls that they can send out. But anyways, yeah, this game is like, I think it's too heavy for my wife, but it is a type of game where if I found like somebody that was into this game, where it would be like, okay, let's have a Lord of the Rings weekend. Like, you're not kidding, Maxie. It's a game you start on Friday and finish by Sunday. Now, let me see if it actually says how long it's expected to take. Do they say that on the box anymore? No, it just says 2 to 4 players, ages 13 to adult. And it basically, it's a game you really want 2 players with, because if you do 4 people, all you're doing is splitting up the 2 sides. So it's like, hey, 2 people get to play the bad guys. So now one person can be Saurons, and the one person can be the Easterlings, for example. You got that Darkest game? I'm not sure if I know that. Is that what it's called? I forget what the gray was. I want to say they were elite units. There's certain elite, like, leader units. And I think they're all gray. I'm fairly certain that's what they were. The time is usually on the box and the booklet. Let's see. I'm not going to reopen the booklet. I mean, mostly where I look at this stuff is Board Game Geek. It's like my first stop when I want to look at an overview of. It has oh, Nick, I'm sure you're familiar with Board Game Geek. So War of the Rings 2nd edition, and it's the of all the games, and they've got thousands of ranked games. So like the original War of the Ring is ranked 2806. A lot of games aren't ranked at all, but this is, of the games tracked by this website, is number 12. So this is very, very highly regarded. So this one is playtime is 150 to 180 minutes. I'm not sure if 3 hours, maybe if you know it, and it's got the weight out of 5. So it's like 4.1 out of 5 means it's complexity rating. It's kind of complicated. And then its overall rating 8.5, which is pretty good. Lots of reviews on there. And then it also will have you give you links of places where you can buy it. I don't know if there's that one place where you can buy a copy for $1,600. It's the English Anniversary Edition. So, it's a little more than it was when I bought it. But I think when I got it was like $80. It wasn't cheap. But it's got, so, I mean, it's got like 100 figurines in there. It's pretty huge. Is this darkest? Let me take a look at that. Hold on a sec. Okay. That 6.3 far isn't bad. It's not very highly ranked. But any game that's ranked, there are a lot of games that just aren't ranked at all. Let me see where Jaws. Darkest. Okay, I'd never heard of it before. Kickstarter special. Alright, well, it's been out for a little while. 6.0. Yeah, here it's 6.3. Let's see. Dracula. 4th edition. Third, they even say just 3rd/4th edition. Like, it doesn't matter. Weight is 3.21, which is a lot less than War of the Ring. Oh, let's see. This is another one, 120 to 180 minutes, so it's known to be long. And the reviews of people who that I've watched have said that it's a really good game, but it can overstay its welcome. Some people feel that it overstays its welcome. So, but yeah. Oops. Let's see, Jaws. Yeah, here's Jaws. 7.5 rating, 2.15 weight scale, so it's pretty easy. Playtime estimated 60 minutes. So I was like, this solves all our problems. It's not overcomplicated. It's fairly well rated. I mean, overall rank is 954, but literally there's so many games on that list. That doesn't, just because something is not in the top. I mean, for something to be number 12 is a pretty big deal by that standard, but you still have lots of good games that are way down on the list just because they're just not as well known. But oh yeah, and the War of the Ring. I almost have got this a few times. So War of the Ring technically works with, there's one where you're Frodo. Where is it? I'm surprised it's just not immediately attached when you look at this as a related game. And I've almost bought this a few times, but it also seems like it takes a while and it doesn't have the best reviews. I can't. Why is it? I'm so surprised that it's not just right here on this list. I think I have it on I might have it on my Amazon list. There. Nope. Oh, nah, no wonder it wasn't coming up right. That wasn't even. That was Amazon Music. Gone way down the rabbit hole here. Tabletop games. Hunt for the Ring. All right, so I mean 7.2 is not bad. It's a little more complex. This is another one that can be up to 3 hours long. So, but this is a hidden movement game. It's basically, well, both sides of the board have a different thing. The first side is basically Frodo and his friends trying to get from Bag End to the end of the Prancing Pony and Bree. And so one person plays the hobbits, and the other person plays four Nazgul trying to hunt them down in the Shire. And based on how you do, and I think the second half of the game you actually play Gandalf, who's now, because in the books, after they left the end of the Prancing Pony, Gandalf actually showed up, but he showed up late, and so he was like following them to try to track them down. And so the second part of the game is you playing Gandalf trying to like track down the Nazguls. But depending on how well you do in this game, you can use it as part 1. Sorry, door was open. You could use it as part 1, and it will modify the way that War of the Ring starts. So you can literally start with this game, which can be up to 3 hours, and then what happens here can carry over into War of the Ring as you're starting, and it can modify how the Fellowship begins in War of the Ring. So literally you have a game that could take 6 hours, or probably all told like 10 hours. You play both of them. I've taken a look at Terraforming Mars a couple of times, and the reason haven't gotten so excited about it is because the theme is interesting, but what it boils down to is a sort of like a resource engine generating game. It's a different skin on a like a resource generating game. And those are the kind of games that, and I don't dislike them, but it feels like a lot of games are different spins on that type of gameplay. And I've found that it doesn't super duper click with me. Like, I don't dislike it, but I'm also not like, oh, hell yeah, I can't wait to do that again. It's just sort of like, and maybe I just need to spend more time getting used to them, but it always feels like there's sort of like a million different things you have to keep track of while you're doing it. There's 8 different ways you could win. And whenever I play them, always, like I said, maybe I haven't played any one of them enough to really get it, but I always feel overwhelmed. Like I don't really know what I'm doing. Like there's way too much happening for me to have a coherent grasp on like how to actually get good at it. But again, if I picked one and just was like, I'm going to play this game a bunch, my feelings for them might change. Legendary, let me see. I've seen that. I know I've looked at it before. Do I just move one piece in a circle while chatting? Is that how I would play War of the Rings on a stream? Alien deck building game. No, I don't think I have. Maybe you've talked about it before. Is this a game that you've talked about a few times? Let me see. What was the one? Because I got it confused with, whoops. Let me see if I can find. Oh, here's the one I was thinking. Winners. Yeah, it's a well-rated game. A deck building game. Now, by default, I'm not drawn to a game that touts itself as deck building. Not that I have always not liked them. I guess I have become kind of picky. There are games that I've really liked and games that Like I play, I'm like, that's okay. But I'm not like, oh shit, another deck builder. Like I'm gonna get my hands on that shit. It's sort of like, oh. But the thing is like there's like Clank in Space is technically a deck builder, but it's got a bunch of other shit going on that I really like. So something just because it's a deck build that says it's a deck builder doesn't mean I won't like it or there's not something super amazing going on. But it seems like a lot of them are like it's the same. They're similar games. They're just given a different skin. Let's see. Now let's see, Nemesis. That's the one I was thinking of. And I think it's still in like, you can't buy it or you can, but it's super expensive. This is ranked 30. It's $350 to get it on Amazon. Let me see. Hey, but free shipping, right? I think it's because it's still in early access, so it's like, I don't know why it's so hard to get. I do not have the WoW board games. Are they supposed to be any good? I mean, as a rule, when I see something that's not a board game, like a movie or something else turned into a board game, I'm immediately skeptical that it's going to be shit. The Battle of Five... Okay, I'm losing track of stuff. There is one called Battle of Five Armies, Nick, and I think it's another one that's sort of like War of the Ring. And that would have other figurines as well. War of the Rings is the only game that I have that has figurines to that extent. I don't think I've got any other games that are like that. Aliens is co-op. Oh, okay. For a set of 3? Oh, WoW looks like trash, but it's expensive. Yeah, look at this. So this one could be... So this one is basically like Alien, like the movie Alien, where you're sort of working together, but each one of you has a different thing and like a different maybe secret objective. And meanwhile, like the alien or aliens are stalking the thing, and if you make noise, they might find you. And it seems like just a real interesting premise. It sounds like it's the execution that's got some issues, but it's another one of those where it fits a premise that I really like, and there aren't any other games like it, which is why it's intriguing. When I watched a review for this, I was like super... was sit down. What is it? Shut up and sit down. Do you guys watch those? It's these British guys that review games, and I would show the intro to the video for this, but the way YouTube is now, it's like that shit can get you shut down. And hello, the Midget Man. It's a World of Warcraft board game? I'm getting tired. Now, the adventure game is only $80 used, but I'm assuming you're looking at World of Warcraft, the board game. 6.7. It's like, it's like a meh score. 3 hours. Oh, has it got like tons of miniatures? Holy crap. It looks like a nice quality game. For the set of 3. Phase 1, Shadow of War. You just rather play D&D? Yeah, I guess, yeah, it depends on... Time investment is a consideration. All I know is that there, in my opinion, like a game like for example, War of the Ring, it's a big, beefy experience. It's time consuming to set up. It's time consuming to play, but it offers an experience that it offers a unique experience. experiencing and I'm a huge Lord of the Rings, like, all my life. It's one of the first books I ever read as a kid. Huge Lord of the Rings fan, and I got a taste of it the one time we played it. My wife didn't like it because, like, I think Legolas got killed, and she's like, "What?" She got all upset because Legolas was in a battle, and he was attached to an army that got wiped out, and he got wiped out with them. And I think that's when we stopped. That's when we stopped playing for the day. She's just like, "I'm just not having fun. It's too stressful, and it's too dark." Like, I wanted to play the Fellowship because I like how they're all friends, and I like all of them, and I thought it'd be cool to be the Fellowship. I didn't realize, like, they would be dying one by one. I would feel like managing a game like War of the Rings on Tabletop Simulator, given that there's hundreds of these pieces to manage, could be a little bit of a nightmare, even if it did set it up for you. I could be wrong, but based on my admittedly limited experience with Tabletop Simulator, I feel like the more you have on the board that needs to be manipulated and moved, the more likely it is that Tabletop Simulator's interface is going to start asserting itself as inconvenient. All right. Yeah, let's go back to this. That was a little unexpected diversion. Here, let's get my zoom back under control too. Oh, that's too much. There, that's about right. I think that's about how I do it. A big black ball in the background. I think it was a little bit closer. I don't know how I had it. It was I think it's just because I moved my mic around a little bit when I was messing with the games. It's the board game plus the expansions. Oh, you know, it's not your fault. No, I'm the one that got excited about Jaws. And because I know you're into board games, I got like excited to be like, oh, because it just came out when like last year when I was looking into Fury of Dracula, and I discovered, like, well, I think it was War of the Ring is what got me started, because it had this whole hidden movement component, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, that's clever how, because when you're playing War of the Rings, you're playing the armies of good, but you're also controlling the Fellowship, and there's a whole dynamic about, like, the Fellowship moving, and their movements are secret, but in the background, there's all the battles happening everywhere, but in the background, Frodo's trying to get to Mordor with the ring. And if he gets it to Mount Doom, everything else doesn't matter what's happening on the battlefield. On the flip side, if Frodo gets found, if the forces of Sauron find and kill Frodo, then the bad guys win automatically. So it's like the snitch. It's like Frodo's the snitch, like from Quidditch. And there's this whole hidden mechanic game that's happening beneath the war simulation. And the war starts it very much like in Lord of the Rings, where you're not at war, but Sauron is starting to mobilize, and each faction is at various states of not at war, and various states of, like, you know, like, oh, we don't think there's really an, you know, oh, Sauron, is he really here? Is this really happening? And even at first, Sauron is not at war. But in order to fight, you have to do certain things that create, like, each faction has an escalation level that takes a few steps to get up to being at war, and certain things will push their escalation level up. So when you start off, they're not at war, but you might end up where, like, Gondor is at war with Sauron, but the rest of the factions, they're just not enough has happened to mobilize them. So you can't mobilize them until certain things have happened, and certain things can be like when the king of the Nazgul makes his first appearance in a battle. That might escalate the other factions to be like, oh shit, we heard about this thing to happen. Maybe things are getting kind of serious. Well, that's the thing, is I've only ever tried to play it once. You asked if I ever got Frodo there. I've only ever tried to play it once. And I played it with my wife. And I mean, it's one of those games where it's not like you can casually, and I don't have a lot of people to play games with here anyways. And it doesn't look like a kind of game that would translate well into an online setting, I don't think. So it was really, my thought was, hey, I love Lord of the Rings. My wife loves Lord of the Rings. I'll get this game. I mean, she loves setting aside like whole weekends to do Lord of the Rings movie watching marathons, all this other stuff. The time commitment wouldn't necessarily be an issue. So I was like, hey, we'll get this game. It's something we both love. I was super excited about it, and I bought it, and I spent all this time figuring out how to play it and how to set it up. And we got what would probably have been a third to a halfway into a game, and she's like, it's just too dark. It's just too stressful. And it's like I'm not having fun. I'm just more like, I feel like I'm in despair. And that's another thing that the game does really well. It's set up to do that. When you're playing the good people, the forces of Sauron are overwhelming. When your people die, they leave the game. If you have a unit die, you take it goes back in the box. When Sauron's units die, they go back into this pool to re-recruit. So he has this never-ending supply, and he has all these abilities that lets him spam these guys out. So they're constantly pouring out of these various strongholds of Sauron. And so if you're playing the good guys, it really is a battle against the clock to see if you can hang out long enough for Frodo to get to Mordor. That Frodo can get there, get that ring in there, while some of the free people, enough of the free people of Middle-earth are still standing and not totally wiped out. Because if they get all wiped out, then it doesn't matter if Frodo gets to Mordor. But so there's different ways that the game can end. If, on the other hand, somehow you completely wipe out Sauron, then it also doesn't matter. But anyway, I got carried away there because I got so excited about that game. But the moral of the story was, I've never finished that game. I never had played a complete game of that, because the one time we played it, we got a couple hours in, and my wife was just like, and she said she would be willing to try it again if she's in the right mood for it. But it's been a year, she hasn't been in the right mood. Like a few times I bring it up, I'm like, hey. Mostly I bring it up jokingly because just setting it up takes a few hours. It's like, it's a huge deal, and I'd have to relearn it, and it was pretty complicated. A lot of rules. Playing the bad guys would be awesome. Well, yeah, it's the thing, and so that's where Middle-earth felt like. That's the whole thing, is like Gandalf once said when they're in Gondor and they're being surrounded, and Pippin is like, is there any hope, Gandalf? And Gandalf's like, there was never really any hope. There was just a fool's hope that we can get this thing. Like, basically it was like, it's Frodo. It's all of this is just so we have one ghost of a chance that this little hobbit's gonna make his way through to Mount Doom and put an end to all of this. Well, that's the thing, is when you set it up, everything, it starts off in a prescribed way. So you have a ton of armies out on the board, and you have exactly this many in this spot and exactly this many in that spot, and it goes across. That's why it takes so long to set up. And there's different types of units for each army. So in this square, you've got 3 of this kind, 1 of these, and a leader unit. And in this one, you've got 4 of these kinds and 1 of these. And then in this one, you've got this, and it's like the setup for the, I mean, you saw that game board, you saw half of it. It's huge, and there's like a ton of different like zone, whatever, little territories to make up the nations. It's a ton of setup. Keep throwing Faramir at the Urix. I'm trying to remember if Faramir is a character. The sad thing is I'm getting excited about this game now. Again, but I'm not. There's a chance I may never play this game again. Just because it's so hefty and I don't have, like, if it's not going to be my wife, there's not really anyone else that I could sit down and be like Food Rear. Even if you came to my house, it's like, it'd be rare. It's rare enough that we see each other that we probably wouldn't want to spend the whole time playing this one board game. Which is what it feels like it would end up, you know, where it's like I know you'd be up for it, but the circumstances under which we would meet would make it like, hey, like, I haven't seen you in how many years, and we really want to spend the whole time playing this board game. I've made you really want to play it. Yeah, it's just, and watch the sit up, shut down, Sit Up and Shut Down did a review of the game, and that's how I first found out about it. And they a lot of what I'm saying here is echoing what they said, because they nailed a lot of things about the game, and they really. And once I played it, I saw, yeah, this is how it is, and I see my wife is falling to that despair. Do it online through the cam. Well, there's a lot of, but you're gonna have to like have the cards that only you can see. Each side has cards that only they can see, and it's hidden movement too. So you have to be, yeah. I don't know. There's a way to, Joss, you haven't seen the movies, but you really want to commit to this game. Now I'm trying to see. I want to see who's okay. So here's a breakdown of all the different units, types, and characters. So the actual named characters, there's Sauron, there's the Witch King, there's the Mouth of Sauron, there are the Nazgul, there's 8 of them. The Witch King is the leader of the Nazgul. Then there's the Ring Bearers, which is just Frodo and Sam. Frodo and Sam are always together. If the Fellowship ever gets to Mordor, at the point that Frodo enters Mordor, all the rest of the rest don't join him, and I'm not sure what happens at that point. I can't remember. I don't think they all just die, but I can't remember where they go after that. Smaug? Well, Smaug would. Are we talking about in this game? Smaug would have died 70 years before the events of Lord of the Rings. He died in The Hobbit, which was back when Frodo wasn't even born yet. So there's the Ring Bearers, and then separately there's Merry and Pippin. They are their own things. There's Gollum, Boromir, Gandalf, Gimli, Legolas, Aragorn. So they have the entire Fellowship is accounted for. I'm trying to see if there's any other special units. Now there is an expansion to this game that I think does introduce people like Galadriel and Elrond and different like faction people. So, but as far as I was concerned, like there's too much in this game already. There's no way I'm considering getting an expansion for this game, because it's just it's too much, too many pieces already in that box. He's not a movie guy, and you're not really. Well, Joss, are you a book guy? Is there Wormtongue? Nope. Now Wormtongue might be in the, now I'm curious to see what's in the expansion. Because they probably have some of that. some of that stuff. Second edition. Or the Ring. Warriors of Middle Earth. Let's see, it includes the Ents, the Dead Men of Dunharrow, the Great Eagles of the Misty Mountains, Corsairs of Umbar, the Wild Hillmen from Dunlin, and Giant Spiders. I don't know if it has like specific characters. Well, Joss, have you read Lord of the Rings? You just haven't watched the movies? Is that the deal? Or you just haven't done any Lord of the Rings stuff? I'm trying to remember, like, maybe you saying that this fantasy wasn't your thing? Was that? I'm thinking you have not done Lord of the Rings in any format. I have Lord of the Rings on paper. I have the audiobooks. You read The Hobbit. Okay, well, Hobbit's good. It's not... When you start into Lord of the Rings, you definitely are immediately aware that this is something else is going on here. It's like there's a lot more reality happening there. How long did it take to play? Are you talking about War of the Ring, the game that we never finished? Actual playtime was probably 2 hours before Amanda got tired of it. Now I'm guessing if we'd kept playing, it probably would have been maybe 4 to 5 hours, because it was our first time. We're stumbling through all the rules. Special rules and stuff are coming up constantly, so there was a lot of looking up, like, oh, what does a special ability do, blah blah blah, all that stuff. I think Game of Thrones is you've only actually read The Hobbit. Yeah, the movies are more accessible than the books for sure, and The Hobbit is much more accessible as a book than Lord of the Rings is. But there's a certain, I don't know, in Lord of the Rings, if you're actually reading Lord of the Rings, there's just so much of the detail that is not captured in the movies, that really drives home this real sense of reality. Like, I don't know, there's just this realism to it, where it feels like this is something that really happened. And it's not paced well. Like, that's one of the challenges when they say they're making a movie version of it, is they can't just do a one-to-one of all the stuff Tolkien did, because so much of it would have been terribly boring and unnecessary in order to like give the whole story. You don't need a lot of that stuff in there to get from point A to point Z. But having all that stuff that is in there gives it this, it fleshes it out in this way that's not, and I mean, some book, that's true of any time that you have a book, but there's really so much more happening. Like, just getting from the Shire to Rivendell. In the movies, they make it sound like, hey, Gandalf, like, where did Frodo go? Or where did Bilbo go? And Gandalf's like, hey, look, he left, and here's this ring. I'm gonna leave for 10 minutes and figure out what's going on with his ring. But you stay right here. Set the kettle going, and I'll be right back. And then he comes back, and he's like, oh my god, it's a ring, it's bad. It's the ring, you have to get out of here right now. And Frodo's just like, all right, let me get my walking stick, and I'm walking out the door right now. And then they're on the road. And in the books, it's like Frodo disappears, and then Gandalf's like, you know, for 50 years now, I've been a little bit wondering, something's weird about that ring. Like, like, not Frodo, Bilbo, Bilbo lied about it. Bilbo's not the type of person that lied, but he was something about this ring. He didn't want to come out with it. And yeah, 17 years goes by all told. And when Gandalf finally does find out what it is, he goes to Hobbiton and he's like, oh shit, Frodo, it's the ring. It's like, and here's 30 pages of like the history of the ring and how terrible it is, and Gollum and all that other stuff. And then he's like, you need to leave within at least 8 months. Like, you have to start planning now, but you definitely need to be gone by your birthday, which is 6 months from now or whatever. And it's like, and you have to make it look like, convince people that you're moving, and that you're just moving to the other side of the Shire so it doesn't rouse suspicion, and we'll actually buy a house over in Buckland for you, and we'll prepare it. It's going to look like you're actually moving there, but that's right at the edge, so that once you go there, you can slip out and keep doing your journey. And there's all this stuff that happens, and all these plans that go along with executing how he actually leaves the Shire. Where in the movie, it's just like, bam, 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 let's get him on the road, let's get him going. 30 seconds later, he's at Buckleberry Ferry, and I'm pretty sure once he crosses Buckleberry Ferry, it's just like Bree, the end of the prancing pony is right at the other side. Like, oh, I crossed the river, and now I'm in Bree. It's like, no, so much shit happens. But like, he gets to the house, but the Nazguls are chasing them, and they Nazguls know like sort of where they'd gotten, the direction they got off to, but they had to go around to the bridge because they couldn't cross the water. But yeah, James is like 17 years old, but there's so much that happened during that sequence that is the perfect example of like, when you're reading all those details and all the planning and all the things, it feels really real. Like, if you were this person that owned this property and he sells the house to the Sackville Bagginses who've been wanting it forever. There's all this stuff that happened that just gives it this real sense of reality that you don't get in the movies. And that is true throughout the entire series of books. And so there's just something that just feels a lot more like authentic about, like, this is how it really would have happened. It might not have made for a good movie to show everything that happened, but this really happened. And a lot of books, the movies are pretty close to the book. Sometimes they deviate terribly or they get Hollywoodized, but I don't think I've ever seen an example of a book that the movie still stays true to the overall story, but there is so much more going on in the book, and it is so significantly different how it's being presented in the book. So, but also the fact that they have all those details can make it some dry reading too, and that's one of the problems. It can be sort of hard to get into Tolkien. That's where I'm like, yeah, if you want to do Game of Thrones, once you let Game of Thrones get its hook into you, you're not going to have any problems like, oh man, I can't, this is boring, you know. It gets at some points where it can kind of be like that because it hops around a lot, and sometimes every time it hops there's a chance to be like, well, I don't want to talk about these people again, I want to see what's happening with them. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, it's not paced out well, and it's not where you start reading it and you're just like, oh man, I just can't stop turning the pages. I gotta see what's happening next. It's like, no. Like, you're gonna spend 4 pages talking about, like, what they ate in Rivendell. You know, it's like, oh, I guess Game of Thrones does that a little bit. And it's sort of like, it's like the granddaddy of fantasy, of modern fantasy. You could say, like, Conan was maybe around that too, but really Conan did not give birth to D&D. D&D was spawned from Tolkien. And that whole fantasy setting with dwarves and elves and everything else, it's like, when you think of fantasy, the things that keep popping up over and over again in like standard, like mainstream fantasy, it's not doing something different or experiment. There's a lot of fantasy that doesn't. It's not like rehashed Tolkien, but a lot of the big, like over the years, it's just been a lot of echoes of Tolkien have dominated the space of fantasy, because that's what, yeah. Like I started reading Robert Jordan, Eye of the World. Never read that before. I tried it like 20 years ago, and for some reason I got it in my head like, I'm gonna give it a try, chip away at it again, see if I can get into it. And the whole idea of Eye of the World was, the stated objective was, I want to make a book that's on the scale of Tolkien, but that's accessible. That's going to be, it's not going to be hard to stick with. That, you know, it's going to be paced well, and the language is going to be accessible and more engaging and so forth. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, there was like, what I was thinking about, and there are other things, like I have the Lies of Loch Lamora, which I want to get into, and there's a few other ones. The Blade itself is another one that there's some fantasy books that are not Tolkien rehashed, and some more modern ones that are really doing some interesting things that are not like every other fantasy book. But some part of me, when I was engaging with some of these newer fantasy books, was just like, I want to feel the same kind of story like from Lord of the Rings. Like I want something familiar, or I want that kind of a story with that kind of feel to it, but I want it to be like its own thing. And Eye of the World, there was one reviewer who was actually saying, like, just prepare for it to be basically, especially for the first book, or a large portion of the first book, it's gonna feel like a Lord of the Rings reboot. Like, you're gonna see so many parallels of like things happening that you're gonna think that it's just a ripoff of Lord of the Rings. You gonna play with your figurines right now? Right, and that's what they said is once you get past the first half of the first book, then it's really doing its own thing. But the setup for it is very much like very in the footsteps of Tolkien in terms of like how the story embarks. Tolkien-esque is how you want your fantasy. Dwarves, the mine, elves in the wood. Well, like Eye of the World, I don't think they have dwarves and elves, at least not in the same. But they have like orc type things, and they've got a lot of similarities. Are there? It's your favorite series of all time, Joss? Oh, is that from that book? I'm trying to remember if I've seen where that's from. I didn't know that's where your name came from. I don't have anything from my childhood for the most part, but we bought like a handful of figurines. So what I've got now is the hell is it called? Fantasy Grounds, because I'm actually gonna get back into DMing. Did you see this video? Here, I'm just like one thing after another. This is turning into like a major just rando hangout session that's never gonna end. You're gonna get a tattoo about it? Yeah, I feel like, and that's the thing, is that people who are especially big fantasy fans, and they're into all the new stuff and they've read some of the old stuff, but it seems like, and there's some people that didn't like Robert Jordan. They felt like it took too long to get where it was going and it lost its way, and even the people that like it admit that the series kind of became a little aimless, like it didn't know how it was getting where it needed to go, and then he died, and then Brandon Sanderson just took it over and was like, all right, let's get this ship back on track, and then he basically like steered it back into a smooth landing. So I got this program called Fantasy Grounds, and I'm going to use it to run 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. And basically it's like a program that it costs, the license that I got normally costs about $150, but I got it at like 50% off. It was a big sale recently. Anyone can download a demo, but you can only play like a very limited very limited game sessions. And normally you have to buy like a game. It's like 30 or it's like 40 or 50 bucks to buy, and then players and DMs all have to have bought their license in order to play together. But the ultimate license that I bought lets demo players play in my campaign, which means no one, because I have the full ultimate license, anybody can play by just downloading the demo. And once they've logged into my stuff, they have access to everything. And I bought a whole bunch of assets. So, like this is the 5th edition player's handbook. And it's actually got like the whole handbook in here, like with the artwork and everything. And then it integrates right into the game. So you got all your races and it's the whole book. No, I didn't. This is all legit, Jazz. Or I mean, Maxi. But yeah, it's got all the player's guide. I've got the Dungeon Master's guide, the monster manual. There was a sale going, so each of these books, I think, was costing like 11 or 12 bucks. So I'm just like, yeah, put it in. And once you put them in, it all gets loaded so that the game knows how to manage everything. So let's see. Loading a map up. Well, there's a heavy front load cost for it, but in the long run it can be cheaper. And also because like it's more like the people that I'm going to want to play with are people that are online. And actually now that like I have this, it's actually cheaper to or it actually runs better. So many things get automated in this. Okay, so this is kind of cool. And I actually bought a program. So I made this map outside and I imported this in. But I've got it so that you can customize it so that like all this dark area, if this player, when they're playing, they don't see what's in the dark area. And it keeps track in real time of what they can and can't see when they're on the map, which is kind of cool. So, and then when this gets opened, that's what keeps happening. When this door gets opened, then they see more and then they move their way in. And so this whole time on this player's version of the map, I'm in the Dungeon Master view, but on this player's version of the map, all this stuff is grayed out now. And I think once he's been there, he can see what was on the map, but he can't see if there's anything out there. Yeah, because Nick, you recognize this, but they don't include this map in the game. So I decided this is one of the first things my players are going to encounter in the game. So I bought a map making program called Dungeon Draft. It's related to, is it called World Draft? It's one of the more modern like fantasy world creating programs, and they made like an encounter dungeon type app thing too. And so I picked that up because I figured it could come in handy to create maps. So this was just based off of Let me see. Red Larch. Lance Rock. So everything's interactable. Maps have all these pins. You click on the pin and it opens up the encounter. And so this is all that this one has. It doesn't have any of its own maps, but it does say, oh, this is not Lance Rock. This is the Haunted Tomb. So just as a dark rectangular hole gapes amid the grass and vines of a nearby hillside. A stone door can be seen ajar in the tunnel's dim depths. The door bears a chiseled marks that might have once been a name, and then it gives a little thing here. So it's like, okay, so it's if they go inside, there's a 10 by 10 passageway. It goes on for 30 feet and then opens up to a 30 by 30 room with a table in it and an iron door on the right side. And so I just took the dimensions of what they said was in here. Players go to Lance Rock first. Well, I haven't planned everything out yet, Nick, because I'm still trying to. I got a group and I'm trying to nail down their character backgrounds. They haven't decided what they're going to play yet. But I think I'm gonna try to be judicious in what information reaches the characters, and I think it's going to be somewhat tailored to, like, I'm going to make my own basic plot hooks that are going to be based on the characters who are coming into the game, based on their own histories. So it's not, I mean, they can only go to a place that they found out about, right? They're not going to just end up at Lance Rock randomly. So I haven't planned everything out yet in terms of how information and when information will become available. I do still want it to be somewhat of a sandbox, but I also, if there's some place where I know, oh, if they go here, they're going to get slaughtered, rather than rewrite the entire adventure so that they won't get slaughtered if they go there, I might just make it so that they don't learn about that until a little bit later. But like I said, I haven't done a whole lot of planning yet, so. But yeah, so this haunted tomb, there's a potential encounter that can happen in this tomb. The flying sword. I thought there was an actual spectral guard you can run into. All right, so you end up keeping track of a lot of things, but there's a combat tracker. And I'm gonna clear this out because that's not. Oop. I was running a practice. So that's just him. And we can drag the spectral guard onto the tracker. And it'll give his stats. And now that he's on the tracker, he also has an icon that can be moved onto the map. So once things trigger for him to, for them to run into each other when they're actually fighting, so I think I have to toggle him to make him visible to the players. So now he's visible, and you can sort of keep track of everything. So like this guy is going to have his own character sheet open. He can move up to 30 feet, so he moves up, and he has different actions he can choose from based on what his abilities are. Now, he doesn't have magic or anything, but he's got a couple of daggers and a rapier and a short bow. So say he wants to attack with the rapier. Let's see, you select him as the target. And roll the dice. You rolled a 9, and oh, did I not select him? Oh, that's right. Because I'm not controlling him. because he's a player, but I think I can manually target him. All right. So now this guy, the Spectral Guard, is targeted. So if I roll with the rapier, then here it can calculate like the whole thing. Like this is, he rolled a 13. He's got a +4 bonus from his various skills that are all based on his character. 17, that's a hit. And then he can roll his damage. And damage 3, partially resisted because of this thing being a specter. It has all of the rules built into the system. It has all the required modifiers based on what this thing is and based on what his abilities are. It has all of that in there. So, and now we did 3 points of damage. So you can see up here, here's the wound. There's 3 points of damage. You can also, there are different ways you can select it. Like if you're the player and you want to, you can drag the target down here. I think you can do it right on the combat tracker. You can come on the map, hit control, and then I can't do it because I'm the dungeon master. But if you were playing this character, you could just click. There are a bunch of different ways to target. Because I'm not strictly playing this character, I have to be a little more hands-on about it. So then he's finished his turn. And when this guy pops up, now the players aren't going to see all this stuff, but I'm the DM. It has all the attacks that this guy has. And so it looks like we're going to go with the life drain. That seems to be his main attack. Oh, I guess he should target. Here, got this sorted out. Unable to target. Token not linked to combat. What? All right. Okay, for some reason it didn't count when I set up this map. Okay, now he's targeted. And then you can also, instead of dragging it over, you can just double click it. Oh yeah, and there's like more information about that. So, oh, he rolled a 1, automatic miss. And then that's the end of his turn. And we're back to him again. Gonna go with that again. 7. He missed. Anyways, but you see, it all is kept track of. So if you have a larger group, you roll initiative. It's gonna put orders. It's gonna do all this stuff. And anyway, it's kind of exciting how much. I don't know. I'm really kind of jazzed about this, and also I'm kind of jazzed by my map making abilities too. This pleases me. But yeah, so and it's now when they're logged in, I have to be online for them to log into this. But when they're logged into this, they've got. I can determine of all of my content that I've purchased, what's loaded and what's available for them to have. And I bought a bunch of modules, a bunch of the pre-made adventures as well. I got actually most of them in here because they were all super cheap as well. That's cool, Nick. So you recognized it based on just the description and your own mind, or did you draw that map out yourself? Because they have very precise, it's like a 10 by 10, 30-foot long corridor, 30 by 30 room, door on the right, with the 2020 by room on the inside. So like based on that description, you can look at that map and you know, if you remember that, be like, oh yeah, I know where that is. Even though the game doesn't come with that map. I'm still going, Brad. Yeah, I just got talking about board games and all sorts of other stuff. Here's that dungeon draft. Is this the one? So yeah, this is the actual the actual map that I made. And I also just made like a generic encounter on the road map. So it'd be like, just if they're just traveling in this sort of generic landscape, I can just use this for that. Do with marker, random encounter before lockdown. You remember the grassy cliffside and the tunnel of the room. Oh, okay. But yeah, so you start off with a blank thing, and then you can decide like the terrain. Let's see, settlement. We'll say prairie. So there's that, and then you can maybe mix in some dry grass. And some gravel. You can switch like how big or small this thing is. What else we got? You can have little river run through it. Somehow that artifact got in there, but yeah, so it's pretty cool. So like right there, not that this is the best map ever made, but it's called Dungeon Draft. So let's get some bushes. Now you can do a scatter tool, which will you set like a certain scale amount. So you click it a bunch of times and it's going to randomly make slightly different sizes and slightly different like rotations. Let's say I'm going to do this. I select this and where was it? Am I missing something? Let's see. Let's do the spread a little more. And it's got a Control Z, so you can undo it. So it's automatically doing different like just spreading it out as I move my stuff around. See, we got maybe some trees. So you can make it this like a. That's probably way too much trees and foliage. So this could get pretty busy. No, I think you have to get this directly from their website, Dungeon Draft. And it's $20. It's still in early access, so supposedly they're still working out some bugs and stuff. Where's my... But people who have tried it, who've used all the different maps, are all pretty excited about it. And the other problem is the assets are all some of the similar artwork right now. So if you want something less cartoony, you're kind of stuck with it. Let's see. There's also like effects, so you can have the ambient light. You can make it like, oh, okay, let's have this be a nighttime map. So there's that. You say, okay, so this is at nighttime. And you can add some light sources like along the river. Maybe add some any lighting. There you go. The bowl lamp. There's a little campfire. There we go. But anyway, yeah, so you can pretty quickly put together some maps. And then in Fantasy Grounds, you could actually go in and use like the line of sight tools. So you could go back in and port this into Fantasy Grounds and say you wanted to make it so that they can't see what's behind the trees. So you could draw in stuff around all the trees so that characters, as they're moving around the trees, they can't see what's behind them and stuff like that. So the tools kind of work well together. Let me see. Dungeon draft. I think I have it saved in my D&D folder now. I was looking at Dungeon Painter Studio too. That one's been out for a while. You can get some free programs, but they're at this point they have a reputation for being like the interface being kind of antiquated and hard to use. So this whole thing is like the major feature points: unintimidating CI, clean, appealing art style, intuitive and fast workflow, smart tiling. So there's just a lot of stuff that, I mean, you can see it's not like a masterpiece by any means, but this was me screwing around for 5 minutes, and you could actually have an encounter on this map. If it's like, hey, I know we're gonna be ambushed like walking along a river, so it's like in the forest. So here it is. Yeah, Dungeon Painter Studio was sort of presented as like the best option, and it's also not in early access, so it has more assets, and it might be overall a better option for a lot of people right now. But the buzz on people who've tried this is that this is, once this comes completely into its own, it's going to be its thing. So it's like, yeah, it's what was the other one? The World. Oh, that was what? Incarnate is like the big one for making fantasy worlds. It's sort of considered like one of the modern, really good takes on how to make, and Incarnate, you can also make interior maps as well.
Here's interior.
Stop it, Theory. Incarnate. Wonder Draft. So that's what I was just trying to find. What was their? It's the same company. This is their new thing, Dungeon Draft. But Wonder Draft is the world making one that they built that is like a similarly clean and easy to use interface. It's still got that kind of art style, but yeah, some of these map tools, when there's some other like I think what got me thinking about this is Humble Bundle had a map making bundle. Like by coincidence, it's right when I'm beginning to make a campaign. And I'm like, wow, I really don't need something that like to make a campaign world. That's not where I'm at. I like talking to Siri. Especially when I don't know where my phone is. I'm like, hey Siri, where are you?
I'm over here.
And she always tells me where she is. I'm like, oh, wait. Thank you. Hey Siri, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And I have her, like, she's got an Irish accent. But I think Incarnate is a subscription model, isn't it? That was sort of like the downside for that. Because Incarnate looked good enough, and then but yeah, it was a Humble Bundle had a map bundle. Let me see if it's still. Oops. I'm gonna guess it's not there anymore. But what it had was Campaign Cartographer 3. And you could get a permanent license with a whole bunch of content for it for like $30. And I started looking at that program, which was like the big deal in 2006 for the way to make maps for Dungeons and Dragons. And but what they were saying is that like now that interface is so antiquated. Let me see, Campaign Cartographer 3. And you can still make some pretty nice looking maps. Let me see, probably easier just to come here. I would like to just see the map image, please. Oh well, you can't really get a good look at it, but it's supposed to be a pretty good tool, but it's not super accessible. And there's these companies making these very much easier to use interfaces that, like, you know, seem like they're a great thing. But I don't need to make a campaign world. Maybe at some point I will. But let me see. Now I'm looking at I realize I've been terrible with chat. I've been missing a ton of stuff. Dungeon Painter soon. Okay, DPS is not as intuitive. Carnage is what made you hesitate in hand drawn. Tree sake forever. Your series British? Yeah, I think I tried the British version, but then I tried the Irish one, and I was just like, yeah, I think it's just kind of cool. I kind of like that. Hey Siri, you do good work.
It's nice to be appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, Siri. My wife makes fun of me. I'm always like, mostly it's because if I don't know where my phone is, I'll be walking around the house calling out for her. She'll be like, here I am, and I'm like, oh, thank you, you're welcome. Yeah, you were showing me your campaign map, and that's why I was like, wow, some of these tools, especially some of these newer programs where it really feels like the program isn't getting in the way. Like, because I think I experimented with it might have been free map software from like 2001, and I experimented with it, and yeah, I felt like I was like I could make it work, but I felt like it was going to be a lot of work to like make a mountain range. It's like, okay, well, I got to lay out all these different sized mountains and different things, and now it, things like making forests and making things. There are all these tools you can use that can just make it like look right, and so much easier than like hand placing a bunch of PNGs individually. Procreate and an iPencil. I'm not familiar with Procreate. Well, I'm not. I only really started looking into this stuff very recently, so. Anyways, but yeah. So this is oh, Food Warrior's like, you step away, you're still going. We took this week off of work. Originally, we were gonna try. My family has a 4th of July thing every year, and we were gonna try to go down. And this was, so I arranged to have this week off, like before COVID was a thing, and then COVID became a thing. We're like, hey, if it was still, maybe we'll go. But then at a certain point, it looked like it's probably not going to happen. But maybe it will. But the whole time, at a certain point, we decided, like, hey, we're going to keep this week off no matter what happens. So I actually have this week off. Like Photoshop. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, for some reason I misread. I thought you said you used a map making app. Like Procreate and iPencil, and I was like, Procreate? I'm not familiar with that. But yeah. So I haven't used this a whole lot yet, but I did make my 2. And I'm gonna discard this. This is just a junk thing. Wait, hold on. Oh, here's what it is. You can do like a map wizard too. Start with the map wizard. Dungeon. And so I think you can just have them generate something for you. Like you give them certain parameters. You're just like, okay, make a map for me. And okay, go ahead. Yeah, finish that. That's good. And so I instantly just clicked something, and here's a map. If I need a dungeon real quick, I still have the job of deciding what's going to be in these rooms, but we got a map now. You make all your maps in PowerPoint? Wow, that's pretty impressive, Brad. Quite the command of PowerPoint that you have. Let's see, let's give it some, let's give it some sickly green light. Just gonna dot that, and then what else? So just these little weird things you can do with the lighting. Kind of mix things up. Bridget. Oh, so those are all the lights that I placed in case I want to get a look at them. But yeah. There we go. Make it a bit darker. So this is gonna be like an ensorcelled dungeon where there's evil cursed spirits walking the halls, and there's a dread lights filling the rooms in an unnatural way. The light of undead energy. Is the sickly green light a pro move, Nick? Yeah, it's just fun, and then sort of you start getting like, is there a special dungeon thing I can do? Magic, obstacles, skeletons, statues. Here, let's put a little treasure chest here, and it's gold. Only the D&D heads talking in here now. So Brad, do you play D&D at all? Here, we'll put a fountain in the middle of this room. The entire dungeon have only that one chest and nothing else. Just completely empty. Oh, let's see. Let's do a little sorter thing with this. Here, we're just gonna have like, this is the. Well, that's some pretty big boxes. I guess that's like a 10-foot by 10-foot box. I don't know what the hell they have in there. The undead, they love large items in shipping containers that are too big. Like, how'd they even get them in the hallway? All right, you know what? Let's get rid of some of these big boxes. That's ridiculous. Let's keep the scale. Here, we'll just go smaller. Potentially smaller. We'll start with regular sized boxes. And let's reduce the spread. So now we'll just be like, okay, this is where over here is just going to be a bunch of boxes. And this is a famous undead storage room. All the undeads, they love having lots of boxes in the corners of all their rooms. Makes them happy. Let's see, do we have bone meal? Is there any kind of graveyard stuff? Grave. Well, these are gravestones. Funeral pyre. Oh, that looks like that's going to have some bone meal in it for sure. Alright. Oh, we don't need assorted sizes of funeral pyres, though. Here, just have it. Just random. What's an obstacle? Now. And then, just not very good housekeeping. There's going to be like a couple mummies just laying in the corner. It's map design out here. Caw! So there we go. And the rest of the dungeon's just empty. So just wander the empty, vacant halls, and there just be a building sense of mystery. But wait, do we have spider webs? Here, we got. Oh yeah, we got to put some spider webs for sure. Ooh, spoopy. Oh, spoopy. Okay. Oh wait, that one is out. That's out of bounds. There we go. Have a pile of mummies. Yes, put them really close together. Have them all be like a 1-to-1. There. There we go. Massive pile of mummies. Be like, what the hell happened in this room? It's an undead storage warehouse. Undead storage warehouse emporium. There's so many undead in this warehouse, we guarantee the lowest prices, so your next mummy is free! Looks like chicken bones. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not a very convenient room to walk through, but it's like any storage room. Over the years, you end up sticking a little too much stuff in there. It's not there for the convenience anymore. It's just like, now, heaven forbid, you need to find a particular mummy at this point because it's a needle in a haystack. That's a lot of mummies in there. just just a mountain. This room would have to be like 30 feet high just to accommodate, because I'm imagining the pile just like this is the peak of the pile in the middle, and it's just a mountain of mummies. Mummy Mountain, Mount Mummy. Anyways, so that's Dungeon Draft. Not gonna save that. That was just for us. No one will ever see it again. But yeah, so there's my little map that I made for the haunted tomb. Mummy dearest. You have to find one mummy in a pile of 300 mummies. But yeah, so it's pretty cool. Let me see. And so I have it set up with the whole Sword Coast. I've ported this into the game and at any point when I'm playing, I can just say share map, and then this will pop up on their screen. So I can be like, okay, so gonna be in this region, and here's Desserin Valley, and there's also that's the player version. There's a DM version. It's got all the stuff written on it, but both versions have pins. So no matter where they go, Red Larch is like where that happens. So yeah, there's links to all this stuff. So here's a map of Red Larch, and here's the local inn, the Swinging Sword, and it tells you who's there and what's going on. Links to the NPCs. When they convert these modules into the Fantasy Grounds format, it's like literally everything is super easy to get to. And if you need to find information about something, like, oh crap, what was the Westbridge again? And then it's just like, you don't have to look it up. You're just like, here it is, Westbridge. Whatever it is you want to look at. Like this one, the barge right in. I thought this one had a cool picture. What was it? Walver's Wagon Works? That's over here, isn't it? Gelkers. No. Here it is. No, Safe Journeys. Where? Oh, here it is. Welver's Wagon Works. He's a male Tetherian human bandit. Operates a cheaper alternative to Safe Journeys, making and selling replacement wheels and axles for wagons. And then, not that I'm necessarily going to do this, but this chat window here. Anytime there's a dialogue, if I click this, it'll pop up in the chat window for all the players to read. So not that I necessarily would want to make an adventure this way, where it's like, hey guys, just read what's in the chat window. I'm going to go make some coffee. Am I getting raided? Oh my god. This is sort of like being caught with your pants down. Where you're just like, I wasn't expecting anybody to come in here right now. We're geeking out hard in D&D. Oh yeah, there's the language selector. So it's like, you want to say something in Elvish, so you're like, hey, non-elves are stupid AF. And then anyone who speaks, they're all going to see this like Elvish script and not know what the hell it is, but anyone whose character speaks Elvish, on their screen, they're going to have a translation of what I just typed. And thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Hold on. There was actually a game happening originally that stopped about 2 hours ago. I started talking about board games and Dungeons and Dragons. But I do have a raid screen. Here we go. I had a camera up and everything. I didn't have my camera set up good here. Let's see. There. Welcome. Hold on. There we go. Welcome, Raiders. But I haven't set this up for my new. I bought a new cam recently. I hadn't changed up all my scenes yet. But welcome, Zombies Go Nom, Mega Shaman, Zombie, Ty the Sound Guy, and welcome, guy, Zombie. Hey, hit the like button for sure. You're like, what the hell? I have no idea what I just wandered into, but I'm gonna hit that damn like button anyways, because we're a friendly community. Anyone that's still on YouTube gaming needs to have some. It's not YouTube gaming anymore. We need likes now. We need incentives to stick around. I realized my headphone's dead, so whatever audio's happening, I can't hear it anymore. I played way too many games today. I had these on like all day long. Well, I was playing Green Hell, but actually thank you, Screen. And then I got carried away. Started talking about board games. I was giving everybody like my little tour about like War of the Ring, the board game, and we just got a board game of Dracula. That's what got started. Or not Dracula, Jaws. And so I had to tell everyone how excited I was to play. And this is all during the wrap up. I finished playing the game, played the game for like 4 hours. I was like, all right, now I'm tired, guys. Time to go to bed. Got to get out of here before it gets too late. This is 2 hours ago, mind you. But yeah, it just turned into like, oh, by the way, I got this new game and we played it the other day and it was really fun. And then talking about a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, it was hours ago. So then it got into like, I just went to my full screen capture and I was talking about this Dungeons and Dragons software that I'm going to start running a campaign on a program called Fantasy Grounds, which is like pretty like it's crazy in terms of all the stuff that's got integrated into it. So I was just giving it like a little tour of that. And I'm going to run a adventure module called Princes of the Apocalypse, which is a pre-published adventure. And one of the early encounters didn't come with its own map. So I made a map for it for the haunted tomb. And yeah, so I was showing the software that I used to make the map. I imported it into the game. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. So how you doing tonight? How the zombies doing tonight? Did I miss? Okay, best kind of stream, just hanging out. Yeah, that happens. That happens quite a bit here. We have a few, but a lot of what I've been playing D&D since the 80s. And yeah, I haven't really played, like, I used to be the dungeon master, the person that runs the game, the storyteller, and I really enjoy doing it. I haven't done it in almost like 25 years. So, but recently there's been talk of like my original D&D group from high school has shown an interest in, and once they learned that I got this online software, they showed an interest in playing. So I'm probably gonna at least maybe start something with them. I'm not 100% convinced it's gonna become like a normal thing. I think part of it is pandemic, but I know last year I was really seriously looking into trying to get back into D&D again, way before there was a pandemic and people were locking themselves indoors. So playing Breath of the Wild, doing a shirtless run. All right. But Breath of the Wild looks really good. I don't have a Wii. I'm exclusively on PC. I don't have anything against consoles. It's just I've invested so much in my PCs and my PC games over the years that and I got so many games on PC that anytime I think about dropping a few $100 chunks onto another platform, it just seems like, oh man, I still got like 500 games on Steam I haven't even like launched yet. So it hasn't been since yesterday, huh, Nick? All well and getting weller. Let's go get you a grilled cheese sandwich. Oh my gosh, grilled cheese burrito. Taco Bell, I'm fond of saying, is my favorite fast food American fast food restaurant. Some of my favorite American food. Because I recognize Mexican food as a separate entity that I also enjoy quite a bit. But when I want Mexican food, doesn't necessarily mean I want Taco Bell. And when I want Taco Bell, it doesn't necessarily mean that I want Mexican food. It's a difference. But I did. Now, we did cheat last weekend on 4th of July. My wife's been vegan for like 8 years, and so we're trying. She's trying to help me with a diet because I don't want to get into it, but I'm getting a little older. I'm getting to the point where when I go to the doctor's office, they're like, "Hey, your blood work's showing some messed up stuff. And by the way, this is like your blood pressure is a little higher than it should be." And so we agreed there's a time to try to get into some better shape. So my wife has got me to agree to a temporary, mostly being vegan type of thing. So, but I'm not a vegan, and I've mostly been eating a lot of vegan stuff for 8 years because that's what's in the house, but I still eat my own things. But last weekend, on 4th of July, I was like, it's 4th of July, and I'm ordering Taco Bell because that's what I'm craving right now. And we've been getting vegan variations on Taco Bell since we knew it. Like once a week, I'll still get it. And I'll get, like, my favorite is the Mexican pizza from Taco Bell. And I discovered if you just order it without the meat and the cheese, and then we get it here and we sprinkle some vegan cheese on it and heat that up a little bit so it melts, it's still just as good. So, yeah. But last weekend I went and I got that burrito thing. Like I got a non-vegan thing because I'm like, it's a holiday. I'm gonna get the special thing that I want. Yeah, well, that's the thing about Wii that's appealing, or Nintendo in general that's appealing, is PlayStation 4 and Xbox. Most of the games that I'd want to play, I can already have on PC. Each one of them has a handful of games that I can only play on like either the PS4, like The Last of Us or Spider-Man, or trying to think of Xbox. I know there's some my exclusives that interest me more tend to be on PS4 between the two. There's just a bunch of them on PS4 that really look good to me. But Nintendo is just like, man, there's nothing else like the Mario. Nothing ripped off Mario in a way that supplants Mario. There's certain things that Nintendo does that no one else, they may try to copy it or rip it off, no one else can do it like Nintendo does it. It's so iconic. I did have the grilled, is there bacon in there? I got it last weekend. I think they had like a combo box for it. Okay, maybe just as good. It's not just as good, but it was pretty flippin' close, Brad. For me, anyways. It was really close. And it scratched the itch. I felt like when I ate it, I was like, okay, I had a Mexican pizza. It didn't feel like I was craving a Mexican pizza and then they brought something shaped like a Mexican pizza that tasted like weird garbage. Like, 'cause that's sometimes when you eat vegan stuff and they're like, hey, I heard you like this thing. Here, we have the vegan version of it. You take a bite and you're like, yeah, well, it's shaped like the thing that I wanted, but not much else. Does not legally represent or guarantee. Yes. There's many disclaimers and fine print in this channel, Ty the Sound Guy. Cheese, rice. Yeah, there's some crunch. I could have sworn there was some bacon or something in it, but yeah, it was really good. Although I've been surprised with the vegan stuff that the last few years. Impossible, is it Beyond Burger and Impossible Burger? There's some hamburgers, like if you go to Carl's Jr., is it Impossible Burger that they have or Beyond? I'm not sure. Certain of their sandwiches, you can go to Carl's Jr., I think like Burger King as well, and you can ask for the Impossible Burger version of it. And I swear, if those are good enough that if you didn't know that it wasn't ground beef, you might not be able to tell the difference. Burger King has the Impossible Whopper, okay. I know there's Beyond Burger, it's what we buy at home. And I think Beyond Burger is the first type of burger in that area, that sort of family of fake ground beefs that was convincing enough to really like, oh, this doesn't just taste like a weird hamburger. This tastes really good and it tastes like a hamburger. And I think Impossible Burger is even more, feels even more real, like the texture's even more real. So you tried it, Brad? You ordered that one over the regular. Well, here's the thing that I found, and I found it in certain things too. Like there's a place called Veggie Grill that it's basically all vegan translations of stuff you would find in like a sandwich burger shop diner type thing. And certain things they're still not like you have it and you'd be like, okay, that's like its own little thing. Like if you have a veggie burger, no one's fooled when you eat a veggie burger that like, oh, this is like a real hamburger. Like, no, it's something else. And a lot of people love, like, I like veggie burgers, but I don't like them because I'm fooled into thinking that I'm eating a hamburger, like a real hamburger. It's its own thing. It's got its own flavor profile and I enjoy it. But I enjoy it for what it is and not because I'm looking for like a hamburger, but I'm getting a veggie burger instead. But this stuff that they're coming out with the last couple years is really like, oh, sometimes it's like this, like there's some of the chicken sandwiches, like filet, like chicken breast, fried filet chicken sandwiches. I like them better than the real chicken because they don't have weird, they're not dried out like chicken can be sometimes. They don't have weird little gristly bits that the meat stuff can have, and you otherwise can't tell. It just seems like perfectly prepared tender chicken. Oh, Fatburger did? I went to I lived in LA for like 15 years, so Fatburger was huge in LA. I think that's where it started, but I live up in Portland, Oregon right now. And I don't think there's any Fatburger here. We do have Five Guys though. Five Guys I like, it's pretty good. I don't think Five Guys got any vegan stuff. Never tried vegan chicken. Yeah, there's a company called Gardein. I think it's Gard. Is it IEN? And you can find them if you, like in the freezer section of a lot of stores. And they have chicken nuggets, and then they've got stuff like teriyaki chicken and orange chicken and different variations of chicken. And I swear it's so good. And it's not good for you. It's not like, oh, I'm vegan, I'm gonna be healthy. It's junk food, but it's vegan. So, and some of that stuff it's like it's really good. Right. It's not, Beyond isn't any better for you health wise. Exactly. It's a lot of this stuff is not. It's not like, oh, it's vegan, therefore it's good for you. My wife, her first thing she'll always point out, it's like when they found out she's been vegan for 8 years, she's like, oh, you must be super healthy. It's like, well, tater tots are vegan. Okay, you could have nothing but 10 pounds of tater tots every day, and say I'm a vegan, and no one in their right mind will be like, oh, you've made some healthy decisions. There's some definite, like, if as a vegan, there's some definite, like, you like junk as a non-vegan, here's some vegan versions that they're starting to get pretty good at. Vegetarian, you love milk, okay. They may be getting better at that stuff though, Joss, honestly. One thing that I discovered, I haven't been drinking real milk for years. And I think I discovered that my body doesn't process milk as well. Like, I never realized it before, but I always had sort of digestive problems like most of my life. And I think I might have realized that it was like, part of it was tied into milk. Things I was eating. But I'll still eat cheese, and I still eat, but I used to get all my hands on some milk, and I would drink like a stupid amount of it. And then I think I had some issues. But yeah, there's some, like, the fake milks, they have oat milk now. Which has that's the thing about these fake milks, is they can sort of serve the same function as milk, but they always taste like, you take a sip and you're like, I'm not fooled. Like, I know this is some weird almond water. I don't know what does this stuff even taste like? It's like, it's weird, but you get used to it and it serves the same function and you can adapt to it. But like the oat milk has that real dairy, because real milk has this sort of buttery undertone to it that none of the fake milks have, and somehow the oat milk seems to be like nailing that sort of slightly thicker texture without it being weird, and that somewhat buttery dairy flavor undertone that none of the other fake milks have. Yeah, soy milk, hot soy milk, ugh. I'll say I'm not a fan of soy milk, but for example, if I have a bowl of cereal that I like and I put soy milk in there, I can live with that. But it's just a vehicle for something else that I'm enjoying instead. Am I doing better on the vegan diet? It's a little too soon to tell. I've lost a couple pounds, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't got a ton of blood work yet. Mostly what we're trying to do now, is like the main thing I'm trying to get down is my blood pressure is a little high this year. For the first time, it's like, it's sort of been like high normal for a long time. And this past like 6 months been like above high normal. It's been in like the time to worry stage. So, and it was enough to where I'm actually on blood pressure medication now. My doctor got me on blood pressure medications. So, and so far, it hasn't gone down the way that it should. So we're still, it's a work in progress. And I don't know at the immediate point if it's just a question of what's going into my mouth. I think in the longer term, the solution will be, but in the longer term, the solution is going to be just losing weight and eating things that aren't going to, over the long term, continue contributing to the problem. So I don't necessarily expect that I switched to a mostly vegan diet and then 3 weeks later my blood pressure's down. Yeah, no, so for the first time it was just high enough, and they were like, first they're like, we'll come back in a few months to try it again. If we keep getting high readings, we might want to consider medication. And went back, and yeah, there's a couple times like the initial reading they'll do is like scary high, and then they're like, just sit here, relax, breathe, whatever, just be super calm, we'll do it again 5 minutes, and then it'd be lower. Not like you need to be hospitalized lower, but some of the numbers were like on a chart. They're like, if you look on a chart about blood pressure online, they're the numbers that are in these, like the highest readings have been these seek medical attention. Like they'll be like, oh, that's hypertension 1, hypertension 2, and then seek medical attention. And I've had readings, now they're not consistently that high, but I've had that, and then I calm down, and then it's like back down to regular hypertension or hypertension 2. Which that's the first time it's happened in this last year. Guana, is that a sub? I mean, my wife's got me on a bunch of supplements she researched, like naturopath type stuff. But is that like I think they're still trying to narrow down. They're still in the evaluation phase. So what they did is they started me on like a low dosage of I think what's considered a mild, as far as medications go, medicine. It is blood pressure medication. Okay. Now they had me on losartan, and it's a long story. There was another doctor that wasn't my primary that initially prescribed it, and another one that's a diuretic, and my doctor was like, no, I don't think we want to start with that. I mean, that could work, but that would not be my first step. So he prescribed something else, and he started a low dose, and then I went in 2 weeks after that to see where my blood pressure was, and it was lower than the higher readings had been before, but it was still high, like well above any kind of normal, like elevated normal range. It was well into like hypertension territory. And so he was like, yeah, you need to I just saw the Tie the Sound guy, so I wanted to talk more about milk. There's lots of thoughts about milk. Need to be prescribed, okay. And PTSD, it's an interesting combination. So, no, basically what happened with this is they tried me on this one medication, and when it didn't go up, they're like, okay, we're now gonna double the dose. Because they started me at a low dose to see. So right now it's a matter of experiment. It's sort of like a fine-tuning thing. We'll start with this, see what that happens, and then if it's not controlling it well enough, then we'll bump it up. We'll wait a couple weeks, we'll see what happens. So now we're in that bump it up, wait a couple weeks, see what happens phase for this, and then if it's, whatever the results are from that, we'll go from there. But we're in a management stage of it that is, it's just figuring out what works. And if what I have works now, then, we'll work with that. But ultimately, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to get in better shape. Because you don't need medication in the first place. At least some people just have high blood pressure, but I think mine is probably tied into the fact that I'm sedentary, especially become more sedentary since my job that I work at is super sedentary, and now that I'm working from home, it's even more sedentary. and it's a high stress job. So there's all these factors that kind of make me think like, hey, it's just like my lifestyle has become even worse. So even though I'm not like necessarily always eating a lot worse than I used to, it's just like my lifestyle mostly focused around my job, and then I haven't made any point to be extra active. There's a lot of, I could get into some long stories about that too. When I try to get extra active, I go walking all around, like there's lots of nature trails and stuff around here, but I think because of my weight, like that I was actually screwing up my ankles to walk because I was walking too much. So that we recently got an exercise bike that we're trying to adjust to, but you know, saddle soreness when you're big, when you're a big person and you're adjusting to saddle soreness, it's like, whoa, okay, don't get too aggressive. I literally thought my crotch had fallen off at one point. Like the last time I got off the bike, I couldn't feel any of my junk for like 5 minutes. It was scary. Most don't prescribe it unless you ask. Huh, alright. Well, you know, we'll see. Don't break your taint. No, I was like, I think like the 1 week, I think the first week we had it, I was getting real aggressive on the bike. Like, oh yeah, I'm just 30 minutes a day. And like every day, like a skip every third day. And by the end of that week, like I felt like I bruised something in my like urological tracts, like something got smushed and wasn't working right anymore. It was really like disturbing. So yeah, I don't know. And my wife and people over here laughing at me about that stuff. They're like, that's just normal, it's saddle soreness. And I was like, I swear I didn't pee right for 4 days. Like something was wrong. So anyway, it's way too much. This is way too much shit. And based on the numbers I'm looking at here, there's probably still some lingering raiders that came in and they're like, what the hell? We thought this guy was gonna be playing Green Hell. Like, but no one's ever heard of that shit anyway. They're like, we came here to see some Green Hell, man. And what? We came in here and he's looking at D&D maps talking about vegan milk and how his piss tubes got broken on an exercise bike. You're supposed to sit on the seat, not have it in you. Well, we bought a new seat that's supposed to be like distribute the weight a little better, but at a glance, so far it hasn't seemed to be the case. Like the seat that came with it actually was pretty wide to begin with, but you work out, always going to workout, kind of hungry, don't eat for 2 or 3 hours prior to working out, the way you're burning fat, not storing it. Huh. Well, I think I've learned enough to know that it's not calories in, calories out. But there are different things that make things burn in different ways at different times. So, I used to think it was just a thing. It's like, hey, that activity is gonna require a certain amount of energy to be burned. And at the end of the day, it's all about whatever net loss or net gains and calories that you had. And like the when and the how of how you did isn't going to matter. It's the net gain or loss that's going to matter. And I think I've seen enough over the years to understand that, like, oh no, that's not like a formula that works like that. There's all these things to consider, like things you can do to make it work differently. I think one of the big ones for me is I tried Atkins, and that was like 15 years ago or something. And I was like, how can I be eating a mountain of bacon and eggs every day for the last week and a half and I lost 10 pounds? It's the calories in, calories out. That's some weird voodoo's going on with this. Yeah, we came in for Green Hell and learned about G-Law's crotch. Yeah. Well, now that it's almost 1 in the morning, wow, what a departure that we took today. I can't even sing you guys a lullaby because my headphone has crapped out. Can I get Hold on, maybe I can sing it a little while. I'm gonna have to juice in so it doesn't just turn off again. You know what? I'm wondering, you know, I don't think it ran out of batteries. I think what happened was when I was doing all the web surfing, it didn't think it was being used for enough time that it timed out. All right, never mind. I should be good then. You go into the workout hungry, that'll help. See, because and that's the thing where I've heard other things too. Like the last advice I had heard most recently was within 30 minutes of waking up, have a certain amount of protein and immediately followed by activity. So it's like you woke up, you put some fuel in your body and immediately started burning it. It's supposed to like set your metabolism, set the pace for your metabolism for the day. I don't know. It's all rumors and speculations. It's one of those weird things. There's like so much of the way that our world functions is become too much like there's no authoritative voices anymore that anyone can agree on. And in a lot of areas I don't feel like that's the case. Like I still feel like there's, you know, there are experts that we can listen to that know more about this stuff than the rest of us. But when it comes to stuff like diet and all that, like your doctors are frequently like just exercise and eat less fat. that's all I have to say, really. They do not have the magic bullet in the medical community. You wake up for protein and some activity, giggity. Yeah. Well, anyways, I gotta go. I still need to eat. I wanted to eat like 3 hours ago. I think it was 9 o'clock my time, which was 4 hours ago, is when I was first like, I think I need to take a break in a minute because I'm hungry. I was just gonna take a break. Anyways, let's dim the lights. Well, I only slept like 4.5 hours last night, so this was, hey, hello, Pio Sebastian Romero. Thank you, and good night to you as well. Did you stream? Just, let's see. Feel like you streamed? Are you just talking just as long as the game? Yeah, I think I played the game for quite a bit though. It's been maybe about 50-50, could be at this point. All right, we're gonna dim the lights here. And did I have the didn't I have some sort of, nah, I'm gonna do it. I did a special thing where I let me see. Here. We have to do the very, all right. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so sleepy. Go to sleep now. Brad Pritchard, Nick C, Foodaware, Pio Sebastian Romero, go to sleep. Did I say Joss die already? And James Baker, if you're out there, I'll be waiting for you in your dreams.